Anyways. Game? There we go. Hey, Ross. How can you not know what Worf effect is? You've watched Star Trek. I think. Maybe Linarith hasn't watched Star Trek. Maybe she was always a fraud. I knew it! She actually likes Star Wars instead. How could you, Linarith?
Am I right, Clive? My dad had it all worked out.
He'd be proud of you, Mid. His writings may have helped, but this achievement is all yours. Can we catch them?
The Ainayar's one of the largest, fastest vessels ever built. And it won't help she has the wind at her back. Any other ship would be hard-pressed to keep pace with her, let alone reel her in. But this isn't any other ship. This is the Enterprise!
Which means nothing to Linarith, because she's never seen Star Trek.
World's never seen anything like my dad's engine.
It certainly hasn't.
Clive, what do you know of Barnabas Thumb?
He's a dick, and wants to bang his mom.
Only what the bards sing. That he sailed to Ash from southern lands. That it was his mastery of the blade which won him the throne. And that his sword, Odin's sword, can sever the very threads of creation. But don't lose any sleep over a last tilt. We'll do what we must to survive.
What we must.
The light!
I thought this cove was meant to be hidden.
That's one way to knock it off quickly.
Mid! Company!
Eh?
We'll hold them off until the ship is ready. But hurry!
Bollocks! All hands! Man your stations!
Yeah. Ready phasers, raise shields. Load the photon torpedo tubes.
Everyone with me?
Well, Jill isn't here. Those are all the people who like Last Jedi.
Here they come!
They're not happy with me. No, honestly, I'm kind of in the same boat, Ross. We actually talked about this. What game did we play recently? I think it was actually Paper Mario 2. We were talking about it, because Paper Mario 2 varies up the battle theme per chapter, right? The remake does anyways. And the reason that's so relevant is because it's some it's some much needed variety, right? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mid needs every moment we can give her!
Although actually, so to show off the party. There's our party. Hey.
Behind me, Lord Rosfield.
Come on, game. There we go. There we go.
I'll have you know, Earthbreaker here once struck fear into the heart of every man in the Cliffs.
You know, honestly, I'm just going to stand here until that cooldown comes back. There's not a lot of reason to do much else. Anyways. But no, so we were talking about that because most JRPGs don't vary up the battle theme, right? But if you think about the total minutes you spend listening to that battle theme, that's something that adds to that equation, right? Of how tired of it you get.
How are we doing, Mid?
I thought you said that ship was fast.
So, like, think about Chrono Triggers, right? Like this kind of smooth jazz thing.
20 summers.
That would get old after a while.
Which of you lot fancies meeting?
But Chrono Trigger's a 15-hour game.
I thought it was called Heartbreaker.
Don't let the coffee, you can.
That was funny.
I
I hate to keep hammering that same point in because I know people are tired of me talking about it. So all I'll say is I think that the music is yet another example of how this game probably shouldn't be as long as it is. Hey, Sean. Let me use one last parallel to really make my point. If this game was the length of, say, Devil May Cry 2, or, sorry, I don't know why I said 2, 5, Devil May Cry 5, then this music would never have gotten old because we would have beaten it 3 times now. Make sense? Anyways, I gotta fight a fat guy again. There's a lot of fat guys in here. Just like in Persona 5, the issue wasn't the songs, which are actually quite good. It was the fact that we heard them for hours. Whoops, I just hit all the wrong buttons here. Wow.
That's better.
I can't move. I can't move.
Too slow. Nice try.
That up completely, but whatever. Probably a blitz.
Nice try. That was easy enough.
All right, you lousy lot. Get your asses on board. She's ready to sail.
You heard the captain.
That does make me wonder, Blitzball.
Clive.
Can I help you?
But I thought he was...
Confounded. Then it is as I feared.
Thanks for voicing that earlier.
Sleipnir is no man, but a creation of Odin.
Phoenix's fiery fundament. Have you no normal enemies?
Well, I had a bunch of bandits, but, I mean, they're all dead.
Up for another round?
Of course we are. Right, Lord Rosfield? My boy, there was a time people called me the Executioner. Always in my eyes. No matter, heads will roll all the same.
Mate! New plan! You leave! We follow!
Follow? Swimming, are you? Oh, bugger me! Weigh anchor! Engine's dead slow ahead!
Have care, my friends. 'Tis not blood that runs through an Eddie's veins. These foes will not fall.
Even lined up for me. They even lined up for me.
Like oaks before a woodman's.
Oh, that was satisfying.
Thing I brought one!
How long are we meant to keep this up?
As long as it takes. Unless you have a better idea.
Well, I've already killed at least 5 of the bastards.
5, huh? Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Oh god, I didn't even catch it. It's Eggy, right?
Should we make for the ship?
Not yet. Wait for my signal.
Wait, which thing, Legible? Group up, group up.
In your own time, Clive!
Oh, no, that doesn't surprise me at all. It's too thematically appropriate.
Run for it!
Thank you, Byron. Saving my one true love there. I admittedly wouldn't have picked up on the name at first. It wasn't until I thought about it that I realized. Poor Byron. It's okay, we're superhuman. We're fine. We're fine. Right? Right? Oh, we're dead. Okay, cool. What is this, Dark Souls? Or one of Mr. Ed's highlight reels?
Now, mate!
Alright, engine full ahead!
Maybe get on the ship. Okay.
Hold on tight!
No, seriously, maybe get on the ship rather than hanging by one hand before you open up the frickin' engines. Just a thought. The Black Pearl. It's okay, we're safe in warp, Pancakes. You know, Jill is being horribly tortured. Maybe? What are you doing?
What do you want?
That's quite a mess you've made. And wholly unnecessary. You are my offering to Mythos. I would not see you damaged.
This is purely a personal thing, but I hate how they pronounce Mythos. I've heard Mythos and I've heard Mythos, but Mythos? Ugh. No, I really wasn't joking. We really did go do several hours of side quests while she was captured.
Stations! Every bell spent treading water puts another league between us and the galleon.
I think Mythos is actually appropriate Greek or something like that. Don't quote me on that.
I don't suppose Mid has a spare engine? Since you rose from the grave, my fortunes have plummeted.
No, mythos would be correct in Greek, wouldn't it?
Of yours,
Actually, mythos.
The foes you face are as terrible as they are numerous.
Aye. And they'd have us live and die on their terms.
which should answer your question.
Ah. You have that same stubborn look as your father did when he set his mind to something. On the battlefield, I am but a single axe. A deadly one, mind, but a single one nonetheless. Yet what you require is 1,000, and I believe my old friend in Randalar can provide them. Take care, Clive. I have many more tales of your father's exploits to share. And I cannot very well do that if you're dead. Again.
Good luck, Uncle. And may fair winds attend you.
As for you, Joshua, take care.
I shall do my best, Uncle.
Farewell, my nephews. When next you see me, it shall be with an army at my back.
Honestly, agreed, Pillars of Snow. Too many games underestimate the value of the backers. It's always nice to when a game actually acknowledges it.
Oh, yeah. Do keep up, my boy.
Well, you can't have him showing us up now, can we?
We would never hear the end of it.
Ironically, I already told you literally as much as we know, Lineruth. Odin captured her. So, Dion, I've been wondering where you've been.
Great God of mercy.
Don't worry, this wasn't all you.
All this... What have I done?
Oh my god.
My lord.
It's the medicine girl. Yeah, that's some interesting Chekhov's gunning there. Can I? No. Really like to change my loadout before the fight I know is coming.
There's a lot of sea between here and Waloed, but any ship heading north has to round Zemeckis and put through the Narrow. Maintain our current bearing north-northeast, and we'll catch the Black Galleon before she vanishes again.
What's to prevent her from circling around Ash from the south?
With these winds in those waters, it'd taken forever and a fortnight to reach Stonehenge.
Mid knows what she's talking about, Clive. Better than any of us lot, anyway. I say we do as she tells.
Sails on the horizon.
She's ours.
Black sails.
Look alive, boys! Full ahead! And keep those furnaces fed!
Aye, aye! Do you feel that?
Jill.
All hands! Battle stations!
Do we have guns?
Let's see what this girl can do.
what? That's a very valid point. That is an interesting ship.
Where one leads, so does the other follow. The bond of consciousness which joins them condemning both to the same fate. Yet my every attempt to strike it from their hearts serves only to tighten its hold.
Once again, if it was just Barnabas and there was no Ultima, this would work a lot better.
Fascinating. But then, there is naught my blade cannot sever.
I would move. Yeah. Little more reaction time there.
Barnabas.
Hard a port! Heads down, you brutes! And brace for impact!
No kidding, Bregman. I was actually just wondering what's piloting his ship. Her ship has literal Magitech engines pushing it. What the hell is making the Einar? Oh my god. Odin's ship go so fast?
It's now or never.
I'll find her.
Angst power. No, back off, Gav. Back off.
Bloody hell! How to stop it!
Meanwhile, Izar.
Where did you hide her, Barnabas?
Cut him down!
I wonder how many of these are even people at this point. Well, as Bragwin says, past tense, Meadow Lord. Ugh, of course. That's a really good question, Meadow Lord. I have an answer for? Lights, lights.
Have mercy. A proper fight at last. And I'm the first on the butcher's bill.
Why are you all dead?
We're all going to die.
What? What?
I need to hurry.
Okay. Sure, Barnabas. King of Ulud and Dominant of Odin, Warden of Darkness. Though his nation's isolation in ash allows Barnabas to remain aloof from the affairs of Storm, he is oft elected to do precisely that, his movements of late would suggest he has ambitions on the western continent.
Hold on. I'm coming. For both of you.
Do you guys really? Okay, whatever. Well, enjoy this. Ugh, fat guys. Always with the fat guys. This is fair. You don't gotta be so mean to these poor people, okay?
Slow.
Can't move. There we go. Stop wasting my health. God, you're such a waste of my time. Get out of my face. Coke in forever. Months at this point. Wasting my health. Yes, I would never do sweet cocaine. Oh god. It's the only time I feel alive.
She must be here somewhere.
Oh man. I wish they had actual Coke Oreo flavored instead of just that Zero crap. No offense, I can't stand Coke Zero. It's better than Diet Coke, but only barely.
My leg! I can feel my leg!
Oh yeah, I can finally change this. I have to get the caffeine-free Coke, and it's actually weirdly hard to come by, though. Just double checking something. Apologies for the delay. There we go, we're good. Oh, I just switched off Ramu. Okay, fine. We'll play with this for a little bit. That was weird, but okay, I'm not going to question it.
Come on, get up! See how to take this. He can fight his own battles.
See, I had to quit caffeine because it gives me headaches. That's pretty much the end of that. You're all dead, you're all dead, you're all very dead. Do-do-do-do-do-do, you're all very dead.
Jill!
You came.
Get back!
Clive, how did you...
I'll explain later. Hands. Can you walk?
Out of here I can.
Yeah, let's go help Joshua, shall we?
Stand still!
Phoenix, are you not the dominant of fire? I see naught before me but a guttering flame.
I just realized who Barnabas is. It just clicked with me. Oh, he's finally riding Sleipnir. He's Sylvanas. I have a feeling I'll need to explain that, and I will in a second.
Honest then.
The one from Shadowlands, right? I don't actually mean it as an insult. Like I said, I'll explain. Oh God! Well, that's just straight up staying parted, isn't it? Okay.
Can you go on?
It's okay, the ship had the Tidestone of Galganoth in it. He cut the ocean.
But to where?
Well, I've got good news and bad news. There's both of them.
You. What did you do to Joshua?
So this is going to be Odin 1 then.
Phoenix? Oh, I expect he will survive.
This consciousness in which you coil your feeble souls is grown thick with desperation. And thus has my master turned to my blade. The world will soon be painted in black. And all that live shall gather in death's autumn wake.
Not if we remove the cause of this misery. Not if we destroy the last of the Mother Crystals and restore balance to the world.
Come. Do you truly think it's so simple? The Blight is inevitable. Not even the Almighty might stop its endless march. Your efforts will avail us naught. Naught, that is, but suffering. You must embrace the truth, Mythos. Accept your place with the Lord.
Keep it. As long as there's a chance, there's a choice.
Ever led astray by your blind resolve.
Now, it is time you learn the inevitability of your divine fate, however much it may hurt.
Get as far away as you can.
Clive, no.
You're in no condition.
Trust me, Jill.
Also, you're pathetic. No offense. So go away.
We don't have to do this. Oh, but we do. If only to remind you of your duty. Rise, Mythos. In the short time since our last meeting, you have grown much.
Yeah, I did a couple side quests.
Yet as a vessel, I fear my lord will still find you lacking.
You know, that's true. She is better than Lunafreya. And that's pathetic that we have to make that comparison, but there it is.
All this fire and fury, and for what? Stopping the blight. A foolish notion fed to you by a foolish man. How dare you? You know naught of this world nor of our place in it. If our fates were so easily rewritten, we would all be gods.
Dude, you just parted the ocean. What are you talking about? She is also more of a character than Minfili, I'll agree with that.
If reason cannot sway you, there are other means of persuasion that might. Raise your guard. Cast off your chains. Are you ready? Nice try. I needed that. So you've been given.
First!
And thus is the light of hope severed.
Oh, this is supposed to lose. Okay.
You would yield so soon.
Never.
Clive!
Do you not see? Your iron will weighs you down, dragging you ever further from your purpose.
And what is my purpose?
Yeah, see, that's the thing, Laneriv. He's not like, mwahaha. It's more like he thinks that... He's a zealot. He's a cultist zealot.
Mythos. Who are we? What are the dominants? The breath of the Creator still warm on our lips. We carry his light that we might guide the masses in his name. We are but mighty acts of God.
We are more than that.
You would be nothing without what he has granted you. The power we wield is his, and yet every time we draw upon it, it wears away at our very being. It breaks us. It unmakes us, that its immaculate aspect might reveal itself. The icon. It is too much for even his chosen few. Apart from you, Mythos. You wield the might of many, yet your body does not answer for its avarice.
What are you saying?
What I am saying is that we dominants are a means to an end. We were created for you, that you might drink deep of our strength and thereby fulfill your divine purpose.
Which is?
To feed. As you would know, could you only look beyond the walls of your prison of self-regard. As long as you choose to ignore this, you shall never penetrate my defenses. Still, you may take solace in the fact that you are not alone in your plight. The chains of volition shackle all of mankind, but there is yet cause to rejoice. For the Lord, in his mercy, has taken pity on his flawed creations, and shall see them restored to their proper forms.
And what exactly would that be?
Why, loyal servants to God.
No.
Slaves, in other words.
Manners, Lord Rosfield. They are men, like you and me. Albeit ones unburdened by the wills that drive our kind to madness. They are pure. They are divine.
You mean to turn everyone akashic?
Not turn, Mythos. Turn back. For too long has mankind been led astray by their clamorous wills. It is time they return to a world of quiet equality, where they might once more know salvation.
Salvation! And abandon everything we hold dear!
We don't need your salvation. We'll save ourselves, and we'll do it on our own terms. Not yours, and not your gods!
With every defiant expression of your will, the tighter the chains of consciousness become. But perhaps that fact may be put to use.
Clive!
I was wondering when that was going to happen.
The faster it binds you to the remaining dominance, the stronger your hunger will become. Until it leads you back to the only answer there ever was. Mayhap not by the path my master intended, but back all the same.
Ash is not far. I could freeze a path.
You're in no fit state.
Probably not, but I can try.
Also, we don't have a lot of time to debate this, Clive. I don't know if you looked behind you recently. Yep, and the Einheim or whatever is gone, yo. Clive bested. Damn it, Mr. Red. It is one of your highlight reels. Okay, I need to AFK very, very briefly. Sorry.
I hope the others are safe.
The Enterprise was clear of the gap when we fell. They made it, Jill. And they will have seen the ice where it led. We need only wait till dawn.
Okay. Targal, don't peep.
This is the second time Barnabas has bested me. I'm powerless against him.
Then maybe there really is nothing else for it but to give yourself to his master. Only you won't do that. The Clive I know would never do that.
So you believe? But do you really know me? If what Barnabas said was true, then I'm more monster than man. And each time I summon the flames from within, I burn away the things that make me who I am.
Do you, though? Think of what you've used that power for, of all the people you've saved. It doesn't matter how or by whom it was granted, only how you choose to use it. And you've chosen to use it for good, haven't you?
I've also used it to kill. What if that's my purpose? What if it's all I'm good for?
You're still that same boy I grew up with. Always so eager to save everyone around you, and yet always so alone. Because you failed to realize the one thing that needed saving most of all.
You, Clive. You. You never once took the time to save yourself.
Myself. I think I might be beyond saving.
No one is beyond saving, provided they want to be saved. You fight to survive. And you survive so that you may protect those you love. It's what
Yeah, like Gav.
What you've always done. And I know you're not about to change. So I'm going to help you. To give you what you need to protect us all.
Jill. Are you sure? If this is what you want, then...
Don't worry, Clive. It is.
That's gotta be so uncomfortable.
Burden. I'll give you the strength to bear it alone.
Like, they've gotta be freezing.
But I'm not alone. These burdens I carry, my sins, my pain, my sorrow, I see now that they are all a part of me. I love, and I will gladly bear your burdens too, until my last breath.
Clive.
I promise you, Jill, we will find a way to escape this fate. Find a way to save each other. That we might one day look upon the moon again, together.
And Lavos. Sorry.
And I promise you, Clive, that I will be there, no matter what you must become.
I know. I never thought a smile could bring me so much joy.
I mean, Lavos is right there. God, get a room. So it's actually funny. At first I assumed they had sex and they were sitting there after, But actually, what's more likely is they successfully made it to shore, took off their clothes, and were sitting naked next to each other to warm back up. Which not only makes sense, but is actually an indicative of just how comfortable they are with each other. Then, after she trusts him with Shiva, willingly, that's when they go ahead and actually become intimate. And that's exactly how that should probably go. So I'm with that, weirdly enough. Well, lost. She still has it. I do hate romance. Wait.
What of Barnabas? Do we pursue him?
No. Our paths will cross again soon enough. Whether we like it or not. Besides, there is something we must do first.
I don't think I'd agree with that, Equalitas, but...
Of course. Drake's spine. The last mother crystal.
The Einherja is at the bottom of the sea. Waloed won't dare move on Storm without her. But they know we're coming now. We'll need a plan. And a damn good one at that.
Then let's go home and find one. Ash will have to wait.
I can actually think of several FF romances I prefer to this one, but that's not to say that wasn't a nice scene. Now, the joking answer. We all know Squall and Renoa is better than that, right? Torgal's like, do you have any bones for me to munch on? I'm hungry.
Mid says Odin split the sea in two. She's always been partial to a tall tale. But there's tall, and then there's tall.
I struggle to believe it myself.
I see your uncle isn't with you.
He stayed with the Enterprise. After our brush with the Einherja, she was in urgent need of repair. And my uncle knows a shipwright in Randalar. We're to join him there when we're ready to sail for Ash.
You sure that's wise? Last I heard, the place was still overrun with akashic.
Show me a city where that isn't true. Ultima's plague is spreading.
We're running out of time, aren't we? We've done our best to shore up that hideaway. But I doubt a few planks will stop what's coming. Still, we'll keep at it. Every little helps, I suppose.
Let's hope so.
I actually rather enjoy FF8. But that love story is terrible. Alright, so hey, Shiva!
I should visit Joshua. Assuming Talia will allow it.
Well, there's Shiva, and it leaves just enough room for Odin. Let's see, how many Enterprises have we had so far? We had the one in 2, or no, actually, no, sorry, the one in 3, the one in 4. I swear there was one in 13, but don't quote me on that. that it? Is that all the enterprises? That can't be right. I feel like I'm missing some. That's true. But as usual, I continue to not think of 14 as an FF game. And I'm never changing my mind on that. There's no reason to even bother with that. It's over there. Its own bubble. Okay, so there's all Shiva's abilities. Let's play around with these for a minute. Let's see. Oh, absolutely, Esdemane. FF14 really does do its own thing. That's not a negative. That's more like a statement of fact, you know? Okay, that's not the thing I want to go for, but at the same time, I kind of do want to go for it. Oh god, there's a side quest! There's a side quest! Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing. I am happy to receive the side quests. Oh my god, another Blackthorn quest? Seriously?
Heard the bad news then, did you?
What bad news?
About Dravos. Blackthorn's old haunt. With the forge and all that. Well, anyway, the mines just down the road from there are spewing out ether like no one's business.
And the village?
Safe from the flood for now, but they've got other problems. Akashic. Every creature in the area is either turned, or on the way to turning, apparently. Zoltan and the others are living on borrowed time. They need help, and quick. Doris sent a few curse breakers to keep an eye on things, but there's only so much a couple of scouts can do. Except get eaten. If something ain't done soon, the whole place will be overrun.
Let's go.
I won't let that happen.
Didn't think you would.
Does Blackthorn know?
I thought it might be better if he didn't. He'd only do something stupid. You reckon we should tell him?
No. It's better this way.
Yeah, well, I can't stand about knowing what's happening out there, so I'm off. I'll see you in Dravos.
You know what's funny is I think of FF11 the same way.
How do you split?
Its own thing, I mean.
You reckon?
I reckon we're better off not.
Alright, who you lusting for today?
Then again, why settle for low-born chaff when we've honest-to-goodness royalty right here beneath our roof? If Prince Dion cannot see my love for him, then perhaps the Phoenix will.
Lady, you're barking up the wrong tree with Dion there. I'm just gonna spoil that for you. Also, Josh was taken. So...
How was she? The Enterprise, I mean.
Ah, Sid. Just the man I was hoping to see. Did you have a mo?
Don't tell me. You need more bomb ash.
Oh no, we still got plenty of that left. I'm working on bringing another one of the Chief's designs to life. This time, it's a new smelter. It's got a reverberatory hood over the top for additional thermal amplification and a system of reciprocal recirculatory regenerators that let's just say it gets very blimmin' hot. A heck of a lot hotter than anything Blackthorn's got in his forge, that's for certain. Only mithril engines get hotter, and you can't chuck ore in one of them and get metal out the other end. Trouble is, we won't be able to make out of any old rubbish, neither. We need the good stuff. And I hear you once helped Helena get her hands on exactly that. Any chance you could help me too?
If it's for the good of the hideaway, I'd be happy to.
Oh, it is. I promise you.
So, what exactly is this good stuff you need me to find?
We've got a couple of examples here. Spherical echoes, we call them.
More fallen materials. So this smelter is similar to the Mithril engine in more ways than one.
That's right. They're a bit like the thermal helms. Fallen ceramics deal with heat like nothing else, see? And what's more, they're directional, transferring heat from the inside to the outside. But these things, they're all outside. If we line the hub with them, they'll reflect the heat right back into the furnace. We've collected as many as we can, and I know where we can get the rest. Trouble is, they're all watched over by their bigger, uglier cousins.
So you want me to visit some ruins, destroy some echoes, and bring back the spheres they're guarding?
That's it in a nutshell, yeah. We're only 3 short, mind. And we know exactly where they are. There's one up Amber Way, in that ruin that they call Lost Plume, and another in the Silent South, over in Dalmekia. Last one is in the ruins of Advent, which is in the Empire.
All right then. Wish me luck.
Will do. I'll be keeping all my fingers and toes crossed.
And that's true, Dion could be bi, but let's be honest, Dion is also taken. And so is Clive.
Hands of akashic.
Who isn't taken? Everyone's pairing off. It's the end of the world, so of course everyone's pairing off. That makes sense. Joshua has Yote. Otto probably isn't going any direction. And Gav, I thought, had Tardia. Or Clive, if you prefer.
Covered in nicks and lumps, the lot of them. It's a wonder they can still walk.
Yeah, you know what? Gav just has several people. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's Yote. I can't even talk to her. She's not even a talk option. Okay, whatever.
Oh, don't tell me we've run out of Papio nuts and all.
Vivian might not be taken.
Well, Sancfordian, dear.
Mid strikes me as someone who's ace, so she's probably not even looking. Wow. Well, okay, let's get our upgrade of 5 additional attack power.
No scratches, right?
Jesus. Wow, these absolutely minuscule upgrades. That's not even worth my time. I'm not even gonna bother. No. Ashen gray. Snow white. Burnt black. Icy blue. And that's it. Yeah, I don't know. Who does voice Blackthorn? Anybody feel like looking that up? Oh. Sure.
There's no way of knowing if Doris will confide in me, but I can speak to her at least.
Good afternoon, Evo. You missed the big sex scene. It was just raunchy, like rated X material. I'm banned from Twitch forever now. You're actually seeing me stream on like a proxy account. I ain't gonna do it, Game for Chill. You can't make me! You can't make me do it. Did we even see feet? That's a good question. Did we see feet? Stuart Scudamore. Sounds familiar.
Where are you?
Can I help you, Sid?
I'm looking for Doris. Is she here?
I'm afraid not. She's at Martha's Rest on a job. My job, actually. When she heard what the mission was, she insisted on going herself. Alone.
Did she? What was the mission?
Following up on some new information. Once they'd settled in, the bearers you helped liberate in the Dragon's Eyrie were keen to talk about their imprisonment. And about their captor.
The slaver Cole's team were tracking when they were attacked by the Beastmen. I'll go and find her. She's at Martha's Rest, you say?
If she's not moved on already, yes. I hope everything's all right.
Why would Doris insist on going alone? Maybe Cole was right to be worried.
So the guy who voices Blackthorn is actually in a crap ton of games and movies, but it's almost always as one-off characters or side characters, kind of like Blackthorn. Like, he's in Assassin's Creed Syndicate as a civilian. He's in Warhammer Dawn of War 3 as an Eldar voice. He's in Total War Saga, Thrones of Britannia as Hannibal. He's in Assassin's Creed Odyssey as Brasidas. He's in Battlefleet Gothic Armada 2 as Blitzrippa. He's in Dying Light 2 as Frank. He's in Baldur's Gate 3 as a bunch of voices. He's in Age of Sigmar as Dankfear. He's in Prince of Persia Lost Crown as Varum. He's all over the place. Have I ever owned or used Windows Millennium? I have never owned Windows ME, but I have had to work with Windows ME briefly, professionally. It was exactly as horrific as it sounds. I've never... Oh my god, that is a lot of side quests. That is at least 5 additional side quests that we haven't even picked up yet. Okay, let's just go down the list. That's probably going to be the rest of the stream. I'm just going to let you all know. With that many. No, good. Speaking as a voice director, good background voices, good NPC voices are invaluable. It always irritates me just a little bit when people don't like getting the main roles. Because, you know, the main roles are the big and the glamorous and the glitzy. And it's like, yeah, but I need the other 90% of the characters to be voiced too, you know? What made it such a horrible system? That's a good question. Let me Google it for a quick. Hang on, let's see what Google has to say about this.
Those things I said before.
Why does Windows ME suck?
So many were injured.
What we got? AI says, because of course that's the first answer. Known for being unstable with frequent crashes, slowness, and other performance issues. Cool. Why is there this red filter? Well, let's see, it's the apocalypse. Oh, I guess you didn't see that already, Evo. Yeah, we're in the apocalypse now, just so you know. I don't remember, is the truthful answer. Trihexia. That's funny.
Oh, Clive. What am I to do? My wards and I may soon be without a home.
What's happened?
The High Cardinal has descended from his lofty throne and taken up residence here in Northreach.
The High Cardinal?
Leader of the Council of Elders, second only to his Radiance at the head of the Imperial government. Not that any of those things still exist. Now he goes by his noble title, the Duke of Oriflamme.
And what does he want with Northreach?
He wants to transform it into a military stronghold. A foundation upon which to build a new Sambrek. He's already secured the support of the various army remnants, with promises that they shall be afforded the respect they deserve in his empire. One built on the confiscated property of the people.
He would rob the populace to pay for it.
Believe me, I have used every means of persuasion to discourage him from this folly. But for whatever reason, he will not listen to me.
What does Captain Philippe make of this? When the town was under attack, it was him the soldiers rallied around. Couldn't he use that influence again?
How? By speaking out against one of the most powerful men in Sambrek. A man whose stated aim is to revive the empire Philippe's comrades swore to serve, and to improve the soldiers' lot within it. The captain can offer them a regular supply of gruel, and an occasional trip to the Vale to help them forget the terrors they face each day. The Duke offers them a vision of strength and safety. No. Any attempt to incite mutiny would cost Philippe the support of his men, if it did not cost him his life. But given the mood around town, mutiny may yet be unavoidable. The people have little appetite for further deprivation, least of all when it serves only to elevate others.
And who could blame them?
Clive, would you appeal to the Duke on my behalf? For your services to Northreach, you have the respect of the soldiers, and they will take you to His Eminence if you ask them. And unlike Philippe, no bonds of loyalty prevent you from speaking your mind to the man. Well, will you try? You could hardly fare any worse than I did.
Okay.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you, Clive.
Tell me then, where will I find this Duke of Oriflamme? In the garrison?
Overseeing the troops, yes.
All right. Wish me luck.
Oh, don't mistake me. Jokes aside, I'm not complaining.
I may have met this Duke before, at the Remembrance Ceremony. Let's hope I didn't make a strong impression.
You know, about the side quest. Hell, I mean, life that we're in.
You needn't fret. The creatures have been dealt with.
As I say, are we going to break some legs here? Or stab some guts? Because we've done a lot of that lately. I will elaborate. I kind of was hoping Rax would show up for that elaboration. Because I know he has an investment in that story arc. No, Evo.
Oh, sorry about that. You're the dame's man, aren't you? You got some business with the captain?
No, actually. With the Duke. I was hoping I might be able to speak with him.
We're under orders not to let any civilians pass.
Do I look like a civilian?
But you should be all right. His Eminence has heard all about you and your heroics. Wait here. I'll go and ask.
So, you are the sellsword who lent his aid to the garrison. The Empire owes you a debt.
Just remember, I could kill everyone in this square in about 5 seconds. Continue.
And I shall see it repaid.
You know, that quote from Splinter Cell Chaos Theory has stuck with me ever since I heard it. Every second you keep breathing is a second I have allowed you.
But tell me, is it wealth that you seek, or favor?
Neither, Your Eminence. I thought only to inquire about your plan to turn Northreach into a stronghold.
Ah, I see. You are worried the expanded garrison will render your services redundant. Yet you needn't be. A proud fighting man like yourself shall always have a place here. Pride of place, in fact. For too long has the contribution of the noble soldier been under-reckoned. But no more.
For it is they who shall see the Holy Empire rebuilt, beginning right here in Northreach.
His military dictatorships always work out.
The town has been fortunate enough to escape largely unscathed from the recent troubles. Her defenses are sound, and her garrison well prepared. Which is more than can be said for Oriflamme or Twinside. The Empire wants for a capital, and I believe Northreach to be the perfect place. With Caer Norvent as her citadel. Once we have seen to the refortification of both the town and the castle, we need only build a wall around both to create a city that would be the envy of the twins.
You realize you're in the middle of the apocalypse, right?
Plans are already underway for the construction.
Right.
Soon enough, these thralls shall learn that they are no match for the might of Sanbreque.
I fear you underestimate how dangerous these creatures are, Your Eminence. Should they return in force, you will need all the people of Northreach to come together in defense of the town. Something they may be loath to do if they've been deprived of their worldly goods.
The people will do as their leaders command.
That's an order.
If Sanbreque is to be rebuilt, she will require a functioning government. One whose authority is beyond question. That is why this levy is necessary. So that any man who wishes to join the army might do so and be fed, outfitted, and paid as befits a defender of the Empire.
Yeah, so, I'm with Bregwin. He's just a bandit lord. He doesn't look like one, but he is. This is one of the most common things that happens anytime a major kingdom or empire falls, especially in fiction. Immediately, the fiefdoms pop up everywhere.
And yet there are those who persist in peddling the treasonous lie that I seek to steal from the people and drive them from their homes.
I suspect they're afraid of losing what little they have left.
Precisely. The common folk have little and less, and you mean to deprive them of even that. You would sow the seeds of your new empire in your own salted earth.
Sabine, we have discussed this.
Yes, and I told you then how putting the empire before her citizens would lead only to revolt.
Again, you forgot the again in that sentence.
Without an empire, there are no citizens.
And in yours, there will be only beggars. Is that what Griga wills for her people?
Do not take her name in vain, Sabine.
I'll come back later. A citizens' revolt. I wonder what the people really think of the Duke's plan. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, I suppose.
Hey, Clive, can you kill that guy?
Begin with those on the other side of the wall.
I say.
Sabine, you are embarrassing me.
You're embarrassing yourself.
And yeah, that just screams wife material right there. Few people can speak to a noble let's call it unfettered, so much as their wife.
As long as you remain, the veil will see to your needs.
There were ghosts at the gates not days ago.
According to Pillars of Snow, she's not his wife.
All right there. What is it you're after, sir?
Just your opinion, actually. I wondered what you thought of the Duke of Oriflamme.
Oh, him. Not much. None of us traders do. It's thanks to nobles like him that we had to set up shop this side of the wall in the first place. Couldn't have the rabble getting any closer to the holy capital, could they? And now he's trying to drive us out completely, threatening to take everything we got from us if we don't clear off. If the dame said she wanted him run out of town, I'd be straight through that checkpoint, tar bucket in hand.
No comment.
Do you see anything you like? You've a keen eye. And a fine, fine day to you.
I've been hearing a lot of talk about a certain duke.
Nothing good, I'll wager. Going around acting like he owns the place. And with hardly a word to the dame. This is her town, not his.
I take it you'd rather she was in charge.
As far as I'm concerned, she still is. Just need his eminence to sod off back to Oriflamme.
Yeah, let's drive off the merchants. Now. Like, that's stupid in general, but right now, these pipelines of trade between, like, the three hubs are... Well, okay, I might be reading too much into it, but they mentioned a few times that these might be the only things keeping these people going. Like, at all. In general. So, yeah, sure, let's just chop off the trade of one of those spots. Which, obviously, is going to screw us over, but probably screw over the other two as well. So that's like a double, triple negative. Not like he strikes me as someone who's particularly smart.
A question, if you don't mind. What do you think of the Duke of Oriflamme?
Don't get me started. You build a life for yourself somewhere, only for some noble to turn up and tell you you've got to hand it all over to him. If he thinks his name and his chains give him the right to empty our purses, he's in for a rude awakening. We'll do whatever it takes to keep what's ours. Whatever it takes.
Probably, but
the people seem united enough. What about the soldiers?
I'll deal with the soldiers in a sec. I'm tired of this quest being here. I like that idea, Leonard. Let's just raise tariffs, and that way it'll lower taxes. This is a great idea. Mercantilism? It was an economic policy that most nations pursued back in the day. I think it was mercantilism. I could be wrong. It posited the idea that each nation should not only have an independent economy, but should completely, like, be the best at everything versus all the other nearby nations. It didn't work. And it led to a lot of issues.
I'll need to deal with these ones first.
Oh, right. Whoa, that... Oh, God. Okay. Do it, Linnea. Drink Coke. Don't snort Coke. That's not going to work out as well.
How to find this spherical echo?
Only if you get the good Coke, Linnea.
This is it. Right then. Just two more to find.
I should see if they have that. I also need to get a hold of the WoW Mountain Dew. Try that out. I'm usually not a fan of Mountain Dew, like vanilla plain, whatever you want to call that. You know, normal Mountain Dew. But I do like a few of their side flavors.
You're the one who was talking to His Eminence.
On the Dame's behalf, yes. I was trying to persuade him not to take the people's goodwill for granted, but it seems my words fell on deaf ears. What do you think of his plans?
I'm a soldier, mate. He tells me what to do, not the other way round. Listen, I've got nothing but respect for the Dame, but I've got a family to look after. That's where my loyalties lie, not with the town or the Empire, but with my wife and children. If the Duke can get us the men and the equipment we need to fight off those blue-skinned bastards, I don't care how he does it.
And that's why those kind of bandit fiefdoms work so well in this kind of post-apocalyptic society. Fallout actually played with that quite a bit. Like, some of those turned into full-fledged kingdoms in the Fallout setting.
I left everything.
As long as you remain, the Veil will see to your needs.
I hear the Duke of Oriflamme plans to turn this town into some sort of fortress. Do you think that's a good idea?
It's not for me to say. All I know is that unless the Emperor orders me otherwise, His Eminence's word is law. Look, no one likes all these taxes and tariffs, but empires don't come for free. Once Sanbreque is back on her feet, we'll all reap the benefits.
Uh-huh. Also, you don't really have an emperor. I mean, I guess Dion technically qualifies. By virtue of being the only remaining candidate. And no, Spartan, I'm not.
Excuse me, do you have a moment? I wondered if you'd mind sharing your thoughts on the Duke of Oriflamme.
Well, he's made a lot of enemies coming in the way he did. I mean, look around us. You can see the state the realm's in. The traders might not like having the screws put on them, but if they volunteered a few more of their hard-earned gil before things got bad, maybe they wouldn't have to. I think the Duke's got a point when he says rebuilding the Empire's the best way of making sure we're all protected. And if that means people who don't know one end of a sword from another have to make way for those who do, well, that's just how it goes.
Let's see what Philippe makes of all this.
So, congratulations. That guy is part of the problem. Where the hell's Philippe? Oh, jeez, he's over that way. Yeah, no, the Duke clearly is planning to be the next Emperor. 100%. Yeah, that's right. I have a sword, and you have to make way for me now. Stab.
Captain, do you have a moment?
For you? Certainly. Clive, wasn't it? Thank you for last time. How can I help you?
I wanted to ask you about the Duke of Oriflamme. Do you intend to go along with his plan?
But to tell you the truth, I'm in two minds. It's my sworn duty as a captain of the Imperial Army to obey his orders. But I can't say I agree with him.
Philippe, I remember you saying that you became a soldier to protect the people you loved. The Dame included.
That's right, I did.
Well, she doesn't agree with the Duke's orders either. She thinks they could tear Northreach apart.
And she's probably right. Thank you, Clive. I know what I need to do now. Protecting the people I love is what matters. Doesn't matter how. Well, duty calls, so I better go. Thanks again.
Reminds me of an old quote. What's the difference between a bandit and a soldier who doesn't have a proper...
It seems Philippe wants to do the right thing at least. I expect Isabel will be pleased to hear that.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Damn it. Whatever, you get the point.
Ah, Clive. How did you fare? Were you able to speak with the Duke?
I was, but...
Yeah, y'all are screwed. So... if you want to leave, I got these other 2 towns.
So Northreach is to be a fortress after all. Well, it will certainly help to hold back the thralls. There's no denying that. Though I doubt it will come as much consolation to the townspeople whose worldly goods are confiscated to pay for it. They deserve to be heard, Clive. To have a say in this new empire the Duke means to build.
Sadly, His Eminence values their obedience more than their opinions, and hopes to reassert the authority of the state. I fear he sees the people as mere pawns on his chessboard to be sacrificed for the greater good. Needless to say, they themselves are of a different opinion, and would rather their destinies were in your hands. The soldiers, meanwhile, are content to follow their orders. And not just because of the Duke's rank, but because of his vision.
I thought as much. Had I sworn to protect Sanbreque, I dare say I too would want nothing more than to see it rise from the ashes. Thank you for trying. But the battle is lost.
I don't know about that.
What happened to your uniform?
I handed it in, along with my resignation. Told the lads I wished them well, but that I owe it to those I love to call it a day.
But why?
Because I realized what really matters to me. Not following some nobleman's orders for the sake of it, but protecting what I care about. Protecting Northreach. I honestly don't know when those monsters will return, but I'm certain they're not finished with us yet. And when they do come back, we need to be ready for them. We need to stand together, all of us. And with you to lead us, milady, I reckon we can do it. It was you who finally convinced me, Clive. There's no point following orders if they go against everything you believe.
Indeed.
All of us, standing together. That has always been Northreach's best hope, and one which still lies within our grasp. We have only to turn our attentions to the true enemy. Thank you, Philippe, for showing me what I must do.
Anything for you, milady. Speaking of standing together, would you mind if I borrowed a few of the lads from the Vale to help keep watch around the town? I fear His Eminence has loftier tasks in mind for the guard.
Not at all. Be my guest.
Wouldn't be the first time.
There may be hope for Northreach yet.
Narrator.
Especially
There is no hope for Northreach.
Philippe to champion our cause. I, for my part, shall continue to work upon the Duke, in the stubborn belief that I might still tempt him into joining hands.
Which means this is going to get a follow-up quest later.
To call upon your aid again. Until then, Clive.
Until then.
And yeah, it would have been easy to make Duke Oriflamme some big, FNAF, ridiculously evil character. But instead, he's just a moron. Big sweeping measures without any idea what that means. It's something that actually irritates me, because a lot of leaders do that in general. Whether they're a manager of a project, or an executive at a company, or an elected official at a nation. They have to be big measures, big, easy to say things. Like lowering taxes. I'm going to lower taxes. Well, what does that actually mean? In what way and how? To whom? And how are you going to compensate for what? There's a lot of details that are lost in the things. But I'm going to lower taxes, and that's it, right? That's the full extent of all they say.
Doris should be somewhere nearby. Assuming she's still here.
Like this guy. I'm just going to build a fortress. That's all I'm doing. Build a fortress. What are you doing? Building a fortress. But what are you going to do with it? But what's going to happen afterwards? How do you connect with the nearby villages?
Doesn't still hurt, does it?
How do you continue to provide food and resources and medical supplies?
I'm a son of Rosaria.
And everything.
A born survivor.
The world seems to be changing so fast lately I can hardly keep up. But what I do know is that there's more
Want to know how to tell if the world's going to rack and ruin? Look for busy blades.
Just because the heavens have gone to rack and ruin. Of all shapes and sizes. Colours too. Mostly green though.
I know, right? Raid 36. Tariffs just fix everything. Duh.
Looking for shelter, are you? Come on inside, I'll introduce
I can't make too much fun of that. I have discovered an unnerving trend of a large number of people don't actually know what tariffs are or mean.
Take care out there, eh?
They just think they're external taxes instead of internal taxes. And while there's a degree of truth to that, that's not really what tariffs are. So I know people who support those kind of policies specifically because they think, aha! That's how we raise the government budget without actually increasing taxes. Brilliant! Money from nothing. Okay, sorry, I sounded a little bit insulting there, and I apologize, but you get my point. Lack of education. Where the hell is this person?
It's been a pleasure, Doris. Just like old times.
I'll give your offer some thought, my lady.
How goes the investigation?
Sid, what brings you to Martha's Rest?
You. I heard you were out here on your own, tracking our slaver. I trust you're being careful.
Of course. And it had to be me. The bearers from the Dragon's Eyrie confirmed a long-held suspicion of mine that the slaver we've been tracking is an old acquaintance. She's no fool. If we'd come in force, she would have spotted us straight away, and then vanished without a trace.
That was her just now, wasn't it? So, was it a fruitful reunion?
I'd say so. She tried to recruit me. Seems her time in Rosaria is coming to an end. She's abducted bearers from across the region and is looking to smuggle them back into Sambrek. After her brush with those beastmen on the road to Northreach, she hired herself an Imperial escort, which she wants me to join. She's dangerous, Sid, but I think I can stop her.
Then I'm going with you. I'll take care of the escort. You can see the bearers to safety. Where are they?
The Baum Archers, soon to break camp. You go on ahead. I'll follow once I've sent word back to the hideaway.
Hey, random. I'm glad it ended up working, and I'm sorry it took me so damn long. So to answer you, Blue Fusion Vault, at least I assume this is what you're asking. Tariffs are a political policy, not an economic one. While they do affect economics, that is not their primary point and goal. The point of a tariff is to try and negatively impact incoming trade, imports. You want to reduce imports if you're raising a tariff. And that means you raise the prices on how much it costs either to get it into your country at all, or on specific types of goods, or on specific methods of getting it in. Tariffs can be on sea trade, tariffs can be on trade from a specific country, tariffs can be on certain types of items coming from out of country. All of those are aspects of political agendas, rather than economic ones. Now, everything I say after this point is probably going to sound like duh, because that has a knock-on effect on a tremendous amount of things. There's so much... Where's the bridge? Can I not? There's so much that affects, it's actually kind of crazy. Generally speaking, obviously it is going to reduce the amount of imports you have. Yay. So that means reduced supply, which means increased prices for basically everything. It's also going to mean the stuff that actually is still imported has to pay more for it. So the companies that are importing those parts and pieces and resources and finished products are going to be paying more for it because they're being charged more for it. So they pass that on to us. So we actually end up paying the additional amount of tariffs in order to make it still the same level of profit for the companies that are doing the importing. And yes, I realize that what I just said is it makes it more expensive and it makes it more expensive, but that is the reality. It is two separate methods of increasing the price of basically everything. But there's also other layers there.
The whole village is turned.
For example, it can cause significant issues with regards to how well we can export. Because the near universal response to having tariffs levied against your country is to then levy tariffs against the country that leveled them against you. Which means our exports are going to start going through the same problems. And I could keep going. Aw, that's our first akashic chocobo.
You're finished!
But you get the idea. Tariffs have a substantial domino effect on virtually every level of economic society. And there's a reason tariffs have been so lowered in general in the last 400 years, I'd say. And if I could get a little bit into history for just a second, one of the other consequences of raising tariffs is increasing likelihood of war. Now that's a little bit further down the domino chain, but it's true. One of the biggest and most successful things we've ever had, historically speaking, to reduce conflict between nations is international trade. When your economy has so many pieces of it that come into and go out from your country, war becomes a much more dangerous and deleterious thing to do for yourself, regardless of whether or not you'd actually like to conquer or claim or whatever. And yeah, exactly, Von Falkenstein. There's been movements over the last, I'd say about 60 years at this point, to try and just completely remove tariffs entirely from certain economic zones. I'm just going to skip you two. Exactly, Blade Jamal. Now, I'm not saying, not being alarmist, I'm not saying that tomorrow, if we raise tariffs, then it's going to be war or World War III. But it is an economic fact that war is primarily, that war is reduced in likelihood by virtue of international trade. And increased tariffs reduces international trade. Forgive me for sounding all boring here, but Blue Fusion Volt asked me a serious question, so I thought I'd give him a serious answer, if you don't mind. That one, I think. Yep.
No holding.
Oh no, it's woke! It's woke! No, what do I do? Sorry.
Too slow.
For those who can't read that, this is a Woken Guardian. That's literally its name.
Nice try.
Exactly, Blade to Life. Life is a little bit more complicated than something so linear. Numbers! Honestly, ditto as to me. Well, we can also discuss pariah states when it comes to tariffs. But I think you get the job. Let's play around. I get the point of Rhyme, but I don't like it quite as much as the other two. Let's play with Mesmerize and Ice Age. Let's see how those feel.
Two down, one to go.
So, I've actually played through the original Bravely Default semi-recently, Kitten Fan. I'll tell you exactly how I would review right now. Very low story score, very high gameplay score. A true rarity for an RPG, but it's true. I don't think so, Dream Whisperer? I'm not sure. Excuse me. Yeah, no kidding, Von Falkenstein. The story in Bravely Default 1 has many, many issues. Like just a lot. It has issues with dialogue, it has issues with padding, it has issues with plot, it has issues with more padding. It also commits a lot of sins. There's this problem Bravely Default 1 has, where you'll have 4 or 5 people in a cutscene, except you don't, because each of them is just kind of talking about their own thing that have absolutely nothing to do with what the other ones are talking about, right? And so what you actually have is 5 cutscenes that happen to be playing simultaneously. I mean, the score is actually not up to date, so that's a good point, Ironarchus. Calling me out here. Now the score is up to date, so that should explain it. Oh, thank you, Blue Visual. You're absolutely right. The voice acting's fine. Let's put that on MSQ. I would say that I am enjoying this game about as much as FF7R1, but for slightly different reasons. FF7R1 had severe issues with pacing and padding, but when it shined extremely well. And it did extremely good quality of characterization, and yet fell apart in several other aspects of storytelling. And of course the ending is just drivel. So it's almost the inverse. It's like the mirror image of this game. You know what I mean? This game has been zigging in a lot of places where FF7R1 zagged.
Good. They haven't broken camp yet. How did Doris come to know a slaver, I wonder?
We've waited long enough. She's not coming. Ready the bearers. We're leaving.
Back to civilization, is it, Mom?
With all haste, lest any of you lackwits start talking like these feckless bumpkins. I presume your men are ready. We've suffered too many delays as it is. Any more, and I'll be docking your pay.
Yes, Mom.
Oh, but before you go, it appears we have company. Kill him.
Well, you are slavers, so this is going to be a lot easier. So, sup? Now, I will allow you to surrender as a, we'll say right now. If you want to, you know, no pressure, no pressure.
Shiva!
Yes, off the deeper end. Wait. Yes. Well, you see, we had sex, Evo. I'm kidding. No, it was actually a really good scene. I even gave it a positive. What ended up happening was we were at the bottom of the ocean, long story, and we escaped, but we were shivering and cold. So we set up our clothes to be cleaned and dried while we were warming ourselves by the campfire and nude. But not like a sexy nude, more in a comfortable nude, if that makes any kind of sense. It just shows how comfortable the two characters were with each other. They talked about things. He had his doubts and worries about what he's doing and how he's doing it. She talked about, trying to comfort him and encourage him on his path. She willingly gave her Shiva powers to him. Second time that's happened, by the way. That happened with Sid as well, if you remember. And then they had sex. Hi.
So much for your escort.
So you're a slaver, and I have a sword. So how would you like this to go?
You'll forgive me for not avenging my men. I'm not the swordswoman I used to be. I surrender. Do with me as you wish, Sid the Outlaw.
Sid!
No, sex happened after you.
Doris. I take it you're not here to rescue me from our brooding renegade? You know, I always wondered where you'd vanished to. But casting your lot with this criminal of all people.
Better fighting for a cause than killing for coin.
Also, you're a slaver. In fact, your literal name is Slave Trader. You really have no right to look down upon me for being a criminal when you are a slaver.
I'm sorry, Sid. I should have told you sooner. This woman, my former master, once trained bearer children to be weapons in service of the highest bidder. She raised me like a daughter, and I did terrible things to earn her favor.
It wasn't all terrible, surely. We had our fun, too. You were always so eager to learn, and had such clever hands. All my other children took either to the blade or to the books. Always either or. But you proved yourself a master of both. That's why I kept you for my own. How about it, my little dagger? Care to swear that blade to me again?
I never swore my blade to you, nor will I ever. I fight for a higher cause, to liberate the bearers of this world. Farewell, Master. Thank you for making me the weapon I am.
You always were a righteous child.
Kill her.
Perhaps that's the reason I loved you so.
Oh my god, please kill her. Keep my hands clean, because we gotta leave Clive's hands clean, even though he has killed many, 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 many people. No? Okay. Cool.
What do you want to do with her?
I am not the killer she wanted me to be. Not anymore. And she no longer has friends in high places. The Dame does, though. Her connections at the Imperial Court will see that justice is done.
All right. If you're certain.
I don't know, the Imperial Court currently seems determined to try and turn the local trading outpost into the new capital of a new empire.
I am. And thank you for everything. Now, I better let these bearers know that they're safe.
And I should head back to the hideaway and put Cole's mind at ease.
Oh my god, Lanareth, I just saw your pun. Wait, why were you... What?
Welcome back, Sid. Doris's message just arrived. I hear you saved more bearers from being smuggled across the border.
With any luck, they'll be joining us in the hideaway shortly. Oh, and your letter. You don't need to worry about Doris anymore.
I'd been hoping as much. She mentioned one or two things in her report. So the slaver we'd been chasing all these months was her former master. Wish I'd known. She's been arrested, by the way, over in Sanbreque. Went quietly, or so we're told. And she won't be getting off lightly. The Empire may have no love for bearers, but it's none too fond of black market traders either. Can't have been easy for Doris.
I'm sure it wasn't. But don't worry. She'll be all right.
I hope so. Suppose you should know, eh? You had quite the past yourself before you came here, or so I understand. Anyway, thanks again, Sid. The Cursebreakers would be lost without Doris. And you, of course.
Keep up the good work, Cole.
Hey, Yote. You want to say anything about Joshua?
Come back.
Cool. Didn't think so. Oh my gosh, there's still so many side quests. I'm overwhelmed a little bit. Alright. Focus. Let's just do the ones we have right now. We'll focus on the other ones later. We have fast travel, right? We don't need to be efficient. Honestly, I'm pretty sure there isn't off the deeper end. Like we talked about earlier, I'm pretty sure he's just trying to set up his own fiefdom. Oh, you mean for the courts thing. Considering Oriflamme is nearby, that might actually be what they're referring to, but that could also be just a plot hole. Also, 100 negatives to story, letting a slaver go free. Alright, you don't want to make me fight. More woke! Woke! I was gonna say something. So I'm already feeling a combo here. Oh, I agree with you, Kid Fan. First of all, I was trying a little bit too hard to be meta. I admit I'm not a big fan of meta stories. We've actually talked about that recently. But more importantly, like you say, there's just... The game needed an editing pass or two, you know? It needed some polish. So, okay. We'll try that out next time we fight something with a break bar.
That's all of them. Owain can uncross his toes now.
Ah, Sid! Wasn't expecting you back so soon. So, is it good news or bad?
Good, thankfully. Here.
Ah, that's brilliant! Thanks a blimmin' million! I'll fit 'em to the smelter right away! May I present to you the Telemon Furnace? Ain't bad, is she?
She's a beauty.
You saved my bacon again, Sid, and I ain't about to let your good deed go unrewarded. rewarded.
It's fine, really. My bag's flexible enough already.
Oh, don't say that. I'm sure I can make a few improvements to it yet.
You could just buy me a bigger...
How about that clasp? Looks a bit stiff. Reckon you could loosen it up and make some more room? And I reckon I know how. With a new alloy we've been working on. The Telemon furnace was just what we needed to perfect it.
Be around, Steppenwolf. Get some good sleeps.
It's a metal, see? So it's lovely and strong, but it's also, well, stretchy, if you can believe it.
Stretchy metal. Well, if you insist.
That is the spirit. You'll love it, I promise.
We've invented plastics, everybody.
So, what do you reckon?
It's actually quite ingenious. Thank you, Owain.
Shh, don't mention it. You earned it. And I wanted to get some practice in using that metal anyway. Reckon we'll have all kinds of uses for it around the hideaway. Can't think of any right now, but that's our job, innit? Dreaming up new ways to make life easier around here. Maybe even out there, too. One day, the whole world's gonna know about the inventions you've helped us put together. That bag of yours will be the first of many. You mark my words.
They'll hardly believe their eyes, I'm sure.
And now we can hold. Two more potions, one more high potion. Nice. Apparently that's the max, according to the achievement I just got. For the record, and I actually sigh even saying this, but for the record, I do agree with not killing the slaver. I know that sounds awful, but the problem is, well, first of all, you can't just do that. That sets a precedence. But second, and arguably more importantly, if an enemy surrenders, there's many, many good reasons to then not kill them.
So Dravos is still standing. For now, at least.
We've actually had this discussion many times. You don't... Even if you don't care about things like ethics or morality, you want more people to surrender in the future. You want them to be encouraged to put down their weapons. Right?
If you can swing a hammer.
I have some things for sale.
Much as it galls me, and it does.
Certainly. Thank you.
I'm glad we didn't just cut her down on the spot. That's why I was wanting her to cut her down on the spot.
Again.
Yeah, it's also why false surrender is so terrible and is punished so harshly. Usually.
Clive! You're here!
And the Akashic?
Mostly off to the north still. But I spoke to Doris' scouts and it turns out things are worse than I thought. There's swarms of them out there. Told old Snotty to be ready to seal the north gate. That should buy us some time if we need it. Enough for the villagers to barricade themselves inside their homes at least.
Well done.
Welcome back, Sid. I'd never have guessed, you know. Not if August hadn't let slip. Who'd have thought that the savior of Dravos would turn out to be the realm's most infamous outlaw? Keen to help us out again?
Yeah.
I am. Thought you could sneak off without me, did you?
Blackthorn.
Oh, what are you doing here?
One of the scouts couldn't keep his voice down. Unlike my best mate who didn't think I deserved to know. Zoldan, how long's it been? Long enough for us two to turn into a pair of old codgers, I see.
That your idea of an apology? Prick.
Don't listen to him. You only did what you thought was best.
Oh my god, guys.
For the village and that.
Guys.
I did, Yeah. But that ain't the whole of it. Vulcan, our master, didn't leave the chiefdom to the two of us. He left it to me. The best blacksmith in Dravos, barring himself, of course. Bloody stupid tradition, in my opinion. If someone's got talent, you should let them practice their craft, not ask them to settle petty feuds and barter for grain. Our master wasted half his life that way. I wasn't about to let that happen to me.
So you wasted half of mine instead.
You're what Dravos needed. Under me and my precious ideals, this place wouldn't have lasted a year. So I left to devote myself to the work and spare you lot the consequences. I may be a selfish prick, but I only did what I felt I had to.
What you had to do was your duty!
Even if it meant we all starved?
Enough. This is no time for bickering. You can finish beating each other up once Dravos is safe.
Fine. I've said my piece anyway.
Yeah. So have I.
Sorry, Clive. I shouldn't have stuck my nose in.
Dude.
Short enough on time as it is. Still, give us a mo, would you? I need to get my head straight before any of them akashic try to bite it off.
Yeah, sure. Can I go, like, kill the akashic now, please?
You, ready for the off, then?
We can't afford to waste any more time.
Right you are. Might be worth having one last word with the scouts, though. Don't want any nasty surprises, do we?
No, I'm good. Let's go.
Blackthorn, you and Zoltan might be better off staying inside the...
Akashic on the move.
How close are they?
Within sight of the walls, and there are more coming up from the mines.
What was I saying about nasty surprises?
They'll wash right over us if we stay out in the open. We're pulling back behind the gates.
Good idea. Get yourselves inside, but keep your weapons handy.
Understood.
I'm prepared to fight if I have to.
Well, let's hope you don't. That's our job. Once the scouts are inside, order your men to barricade the gates. No heroic last stands, you hear me? No fighting at all if you can help it.
August's right. I've seen what akashic beasts can do to armor. The people here are tough and willing, but they ain't equipped to face what's coming.
I'm going out there. Start work on the gate as soon as I've left. I'll give you as much time as I can.
As I say, let me sally out.
You evacuate. But it won't come to that. I promise.
You'd better be right.
Dude, I'm not dying to some random akashic. Let's go.
Leave it to me. And give those things what for, yeah?
Like, I already fought an akashic dragon. I think I got this. That was a while ago, too.
All right. Which one of you's first?
Stay down!
I mean, this whole chain has been pretty cool. Honestly, several of the quest chains have been pretty good. Go figure. For all intents and purposes, these are primops, not secondaries. Whoa, he's dead. Oh my god. I was not ready for that to happen. That threw me. Come here. Well, we can try this little combo I need to do. Come here. So, Akashic Griffin, huh? No, I haven't tried Diamond Dust yet. It's gonna be my next thing to try out. That is probably the last Griffin I remember.
Is that it?
Oh, FF does that all the time. Right there, not. Hey! Five and 7 both come to mind immediately. I got the builds gameplay. I just say, I fought this boss a couple of times. I'm really lucky it comes up in my roulettes. Yeah, 8 is a lot of builds gameplay, actually. You wouldn't think it, but no, it totally does. 10 is a little weird, but it's still there. And same with 6.
There's a good boy.
No spoilers, Anarchist. I'm not there yet. I'm looking forward to Dawn Trail, though. It's been a while since I've actually played FF14. Appreciate it as to me. I would like it if you shared it when we get there, but, you know, assuming you have the ability to watch that stream. I don't know. A week and a half out at this point? Something like that. It is a charge. I wonder if I keep screwing that up. Blizzard do win one. Or maybe I don't want to know if it's story related, because I haven't finished War Within yet. But yes, I don't know exactly what Dawntrail is, but I'll guarantee you one thing it is, or at least should be. It's Chapter 2. Endwalker is very, very definitively the end of Chapter 1. So here's hoping it's more of a dragonflight and less of a BFA. Knew it, Kika. I always knew you hate my FF14 runs. It's okay. I don't blame you.
Now, the question is, did I miss any?
Man alive! You're still in one piece!
Yeah.
I slew as many as I could.
Oh yeah, I know about
As
the
many as I
Murdersaur.
could, he says. The old bleeding lot more like it. Well, almost.
Only almost.
Yeah, one or two did try to sneak over the wall. But we got the bastards, don't you worry.
Good. Though you do know, more will come in time.
In time, yeah. But we can think about them later. Let's get you back inside.
Me too, Ross. Have you finished it by now?
Sid! You're even more fearsome than your reputation. Enough to give those akashic monsters nightmares. I almost felt sorry for the wretched things. But mostly, I felt grateful. Dravos won't forget what you did today.
I'm afraid I've only delayed the inevitable. There's no getting rid of that ether flood. Meaning that any living thing which stumbles into those mines will end up clawing at your walls again.
And that's if the flood don't spread. If it does, well, I hate to say it, but the village's days are numbered.
That may be, but we're staying just the same. With ether floods springing up all over, it's no less safe than anywhere, and more importantly, it's our home. We'll fortify the gates to the north, and I'll see that they're guarded day and night.
All right. Then we'll give you a hand shoring up those defenses.
As for you, Blackthorn, that's twice you've turned up when Dravos needed you. So, thanks.
I shouldn't have stayed away so long. And I shouldn't have left without talking it over with you first.
Too bloody right you shouldn't. Though I doubt I'd have listened. I always envied you. How you made everything look so easy when, for me, it was anything but. You leaving gave me the perfect excuse to hate you. And from that day on, I never once stopped to wonder what it would have been like if you'd stayed. But what you said earlier, it was true. You'd have been the death of this place.
Finally, something we can agree on. I hope you see the sense of it eventually. You kept this place alive.
Alive, perhaps. Wealthy even, but Dravos isn't what it once was. Our work used to be the pride of Dalmekia. Now, we churn out the same rubbish day after day because it's easy and turns a profit.
Allegory.
It's not about the craft anymore. I wouldn't send my sons to war wearing the shit most of our smiths are making. I've kept working, honing my skills, trying to lead by example, but no one sees the point. The average castle apprentice has as much passion for the craft as our current lot. Come back to us, Blackthorn. Remind Dravos what a true master blacksmith looks like. I'll even man those bellows of yours if it means we can work at the same forge again.
That's a kind offer. Kinder than I deserve. And I wish I could accept, but I'm needed elsewhere. There's people who trust their lives to my steel, and I daren't let them down.
Fair enough.
But that doesn't mean I couldn't visit from time to time. Let's see if we can't rekindle this town's passion for the craft, shall we?
I'd like that.
Just be sure to tell Snotty to let me in the next time I come calling, yeah?
Knowing him, he'd let you in anyway. Blackthorn. The Master Smith turned outlaw, back in my good graces. I never thought I'd see the day.
I'd say that went pretty well, wouldn't you?
Even better than I'd hoped.
Thank God for the akashic. Wait.
Sid, I've got something for you.
It's a gameplay upgrade. Oh, it's a seal. Okay.
And this is?
A token of our lasting gratitude. But I'm of a mind to make you a far grander gift. Designs for a certain sword have been passed down from chief to chief for generations.
Now hold on, Zoltan. There's a reason no one's made that blade in centuries. There's not been a craftsman equal to the task. I'll admit your cinders make impressive steel, and I've learned to hone an edge Odin will be proud of. But the engravings on that thing are enough to make a jeweler cry. And they're not just for show, either.
Have you forgotten what brought you back to Dravos in the first place? A certain ring? I knew I'd never surpass you with the hammer and tongs. So I turned my hand to a different kind of metalwork. Between the two of us, I'd say we're the equal of any master craftsman ever to have graced a forge.
You know what? I think you might be right. Clive, you wouldn't mind if Zoltan came back to the hideaway, would you?
He's more than welcome. As long as he can keep our secret.
Right. Zoltan, get your tools. We've got a legend to forge.
Yeah, there's that theme again, Ironarchus. Laboration. Doo-doo-doo. Hey, Rax. People have been mad at you because you haven't been here. Where you been, man? I'd make a $4 joke again, but no, I've actually been holding off on a realization I had. And I wanted to wait until you were here to hear it.
Ah, the man himself.
We were just about to make a start on that sword I promised you.
They call it Ragnarok.
But none of this would have been possible without your help. You remember Camille? We'll be using his leatherwork for the grip. The steel, meanwhile, will be tempered in a fire, burning the cinders you charmed out of old Zoltan here. And that whetstone from the Outer Isles, that'll be what gives the blade its edge. And the final flourish will be my talented colleagues' engraving.
A team effort led by the greatest blacksmith alive.
Now, save that talk till the thing's finished, yeah? Right. I'm ready if you are.
To the bellows it is, then.
Sorry. Big epic boss music as they're smithing something. I have sleep issues too, I relate.
Well, bugger me. We actually did it.
What is that monstrosity?
The sword to end all swords. Ragnarok.
I was kidding.
It's quite something.
I trust you'll take good care of it.
Thank you. Both of you.
So, does this make you pair the greatest craftsman alive, then?
This? Nah. This was just following the footsteps of the greats of old. It'll take more than that to earn us our place in history. But we're up for the challenge. Here.
I still like the idea of casting iron.
Materials.
Zoltan and I got talking on the long road back from Dravos.
We reckon with those items there, we could craft something even better than the Ragnarok. Something worthy of a legendary outlaw like yourself.
That's a weapon I'd like to see.
Go do these hunts.
I was hoping you'd say that.
One legend at a time, eh, lads? Before you start on the next, who fancies raising a cup to friendship reforged?
Good idea. No more drinking to forget my past. It's about time I had something to celebrate.
Then tap the kegs! Vulcan's boys are on their way!
So, okay, I've been playing a lot of Factorio. I figured out how to make bullets. In fact, I can't wait to tell you my ammo belt pun. Gotterdamong. Oh god, I never had to. I know how the Battle of the Gods, or the Death of the Twilight of the Gods, or something like that. Gotterdamong. God, I can't do it. Whatever. I can't do pronunciation. Okay, I don't know what you want from me. No, off the deeper end. Okay, so hold on. First, let's see how amazing this new gear is. That's barely an upgrade. Jesus Christ. Gotterdammerung? Gotterdammerung?
I never thought me and Zoltan would ever speak again, let alone work together. And if it hadn't been for you, we wouldn't. You've been a good friend to me, Clive. The best. So, what'll it be?
So I need 3 orichalcum. I have no idea. That's not even that big of an upgrade. 3 orichalcum, 2 dark steel, and 1 primitive battle horn. And the latter 2 are Huns. I don't know where I'm going to get the orichalcum, though.
And?
That's probably going to be an off-camera thing. All right. So, that's the one I need to dump. What did I put in press? Let's put diamond dust in there instead. Let's see how that feels.
The stew's awfully thin these days.
Yeah, we're in the Eternal side quest right now. Speaking of, let's go counterclockwise here. Barnabas. So, I kind of already did this, but let me drop the bombshell first. Barnabas reminds me of Sylvanus, specifically from Shadowlands. Now, for those of you who are aware of the significance of that sentence, you realize that sounds like an insult, and it kind of is. But not in the same direction you're thinking. Because here's the thing. As you may or may not be aware, I'm very familiar with World of Warcraft, to the point where I've already been thinking of positives and negatives in several directions.
Got a few rooms going spare.
And I've already decided that Sylvanus will not actually be receiving a character negative in Shadowlands, even though it could be argued she deserves one. The reason why is because the negative is not for Sylvanus. She's actually going to get a positive, probably 2, possibly 3. She has some very good scenes in Shadowlands, and the way her story ends is actually kind of interesting, and I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say there's some good stuff there. Now, the problem with Sylvanus is not Sylvanus. Bingo. The problem with Sylvanus is the jailer. As I have said, unjokingly and non-memeingly, the jailer is this black hole of negatives that just pulls other characters and world building and plot beats and other things down into the depths of how awful of an inclusion into the lore of Warcraft that he really is. Everything wrong with Sylvanus and Shadowlands, and BFA, actually, if we're going down that, is directly and explicitly because of the inclusion of the jailer. Yeah, it's the Mary Sue thing, actually. What's the jailer? A Mary Sue. And, I mean, a black hole of negatives is the best possible description. He's the sister of Takuma. He's the only character I can think of in fiction who might actually surpass the sister of Takuma for sheer quantity of negatives he gives at work. Yeah, the very existence of the jailer is detrimental to the lore of Warcraft. No joke. Bringing it back on task for a second. Ultima. Like, it's so obvious, right? the existence of Ultima is the negative for Barnabas. Barnabas is an interesting villain, and as we've already hypothesized, there's plenty of good and interesting things they could do with him. But instead, he's just kind of misused, and he's just this he's nothing more than an avatar, a lap drinker for Ultima, because Ultima ruins Barnabas by mere existence. Which means positives for Barnabas, negatives for Ultima.
Ah, Clive, I was just about to send for you. I'd like you to take something to Sir Wade up in Eastpool. Seeds for planting. Thought it was about time they started growing their own food. I'll keep providing them with whatever they need in the meantime, of course. But if Eastpool's going to survive, it's got to be able to fend for itself. As have those poor bearers. They've lived their whole lives in servitude, but now they're their own masters. Small wonder they ain't got the foggiest how to provide for themselves. So it's up to us to teach them. And if you're wondering why you, well, the wagoneers taking supplies up that way have been coming back with more and more reports of akashic around the village of late. Sir Wade's putting a brave face on it, but I think even he's starting to worry. And if he's likely to share those concerns with anyone, it's you.
All right.
Thanks. Wouldn't ask if I didn't have to. There. That should be enough to keep him in Gazal Greens for a few years at least.
Gazal Greens.
Not the most mouth-watering crop, I'll admit. But they're hardy, they grow fast, and they fill a hole. Better that than something that'll wither away at first frost. And chocobos love them too, which is no small thing. When I say all of us need to pull together to get Eastpool back on its feet, I mean all of us. They ain't exactly succulent, but cook 'em right, and they're just about bearable.
I'll take your word for it.
Anyway, Sir Wade'll know what to do with them. And if he don't, well, I'll go up there and show him myself.
I'm sure you will.
You've mentioned that a few times, Dream Whisperer, and I find myself wondering the exact same thing. There's so many holes still in our understanding of how exactly some of these world-building elements actually operate. It would be fascinating to see someone just experimenting with it. If there's one thing I appreciate about FF14, it's that we have honest-to-goodness scholars in the party. Which means we study things, which means we, the players, understand things. That's up to you, Linnaruth. I'm good about that. It's your call, not mine. Just give me some warning and bear with me when I screw it up a few dozen times. That's all I ask. You piece of... No! Right, that's what I was going to say. I'll save that. I'll save that.
Ah, Lord Rossfield. What brings you to Eastpool?
A delivery from Martha.
True enough, as to mean.
These are Gazal green seeds. Martha's keen to cut the apron strings, then, is she? I jest, of course. You see, I had thought we might be able to revive the old wheat fields.
Now, wheat is freaking... Wheat and rice. Those are absolutely invaluable crops, especially when you're in a survivalist situation like this.
But they'd long since gone to seed. Only without the seeds.
Martha was hoping he might be able to show the bearers how to plant and tend these, so that they'll be able to fend for themselves.
That's not a bad idea. These bearers had only recently escaped their bonds before we brought them here. They know little of freedom, of providing for themselves and their loved ones. Unless we teach them how to live like free men, I fear that all we have achieved in bringing them here is to exchange one master for another. Not that myself and the Guardians have been the best example to them so far, subsisting almost entirely on Martha's charity as we do. It's about time we all started to provide for ourselves, bearers and Guardians alike. Unfortunately, we've been a little too busy of late to focus on much besides bolstering our defenses. There have been alarming reports of...
The Horde is closing in.
Of that.
They're coming, so wait, all of them.
Damn it all, I thought we'd have more time. Gather the men in the square. Send to the rest for reinforcements.
Yes, Sir Wade.
Yeah, I got this.
The Horde. Akashic, a veritable legion of them. They've been seen prowling around the northern reaches for a while now. We don't have the numbers to hold back a swarm that size.
You know, hang on, I'm curious of something. Why is Joshua the active time lore for this scene? What the hell? Okay, that's weird. Whatever.
I had hoped to build a perimeter wall so that myself and the Guardians might be able to defend the village, but...
Now you're out of time.
Precisely. If reinforcements from the rest arrive before they do, we may just scrape through, but I fear that's rather an enormous if.
What if you could call on reinforcements from Eastpool?
You mean the bearers? We brought them here so they might live, not die, fighting for their lives.
So wait. You said you lack men to defend the village. Are the bearers not men? Do they not wish to see Eastpool saved? Though they may not be trained soldiers like your guardians. What help they are able to offer could still prove the difference between victory and defeat.
So mages in military force, huh?
You're right,
units.
my lord. I will appeal to them.
And yeah, just wheat will keep you alive thanks to calories for a while, but you will slowly descend in health pretty quickly due to
My
malnutrition.
friends, I humbly beg your aid. We Guardians are few and our enemies many. But I swear we can defeat them with you at our side.
It's one of the reasons cheese was a regular thing
To the slaughter,
for so long.
to serve as bait for those fiends so that you and your men might be spared. And to think we trusted you. Say what you will. A home is not worth dying for.
But it is worth fighting for. Sir Wade fights to give you lot a chance. Just like I do. Just like Sid does. We all wanted to give you a home where you could be free. And you got one, didn't you? This place, Eastpool. This is your village. Your home. And if you don't fight to protect what's yours, you'll lose it.
Allegory.
You know I'm right. This world wants to take everything from you. Everything. Your homes, your freedom, your very lives. So then, are you going to stand by and let that happen to you? Are you going to accept fate like good little Bran did and die, having never stood up for yourselves? Or will you fight like free men and women?
I love that she's got the pan.
What are you doing?
All right. Give me a sword. I never dreamt I'd have a home of my own. And now that I have, I don't want to lose it. I will protect what's mine, or die trying.
We all will. Free men and women, fighting together.
Some of you may remember, days ago, someone asked me from a world building, I think it was Spartan, someone asked me from a world building perspective, how do you break down a cycle of violence? And I gave the 3 common elements, both in real life and in fiction, of how that usually happens. One of those, if you remember, was an external threat. I just thought I'd comment on that, because you'll notice what's been happening over the last couple of days here.
For Eastpool!
So, thanks, Akashic. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Martha.
Don't mention it. Just promise me one thing. That you'll show them how freeborn fight.
Gladly.
Yeah, Ultima, I've actually noticed this. Ultima's been complaining that no matter what it does, we keep getting more and more unified. And of course, what that's doing is it's going out of its way to unify us even more.
If it was numbers you were lacking, you certainly won't be now.
Thanks to you.
Me? Oh, I just love the sound of my own voice.
Lord Rossfield, my lady, we're ready.
So what's the plan of action?
We'll divide our forces into several small detachments, each made up of guardians, bearers, and guards from the rest. These will position themselves at strategic points around the village. Upon engaging with the akashic, each detachment will keep the creatures occupied as best they can, steadily retreating all the while.
You're going to lure them into the village?
I am. We will have neither the time nor the resources to treat the wounded, so injuries must be avoided at all costs. Instead, we will focus purely on defense at first. By coordinating our withdrawal through the use of messengers drawn from among the bearers, we will aim to have the swarm converge at a point of our choosing. With luck, that point will be the village square, the perfect place for our most able warriors to surround them and fall upon them, and for you and I to finish them off.
A sound plan, but one that'll require a leader with a cool head and strong nerves to coordinate the retreat. I'd say you have both in abundance, await, but you'll be needed. Please, leave the last of the fighting to me.
Ha! And let you have all the glory.
Sir Wade! They're here!
Then you know what you must do. We work together, everyone playing their part, each shielding the other that no man might fall, that Eastpool might live on. For Rosaria!
For Rosaria!
We've no time to argue, my lord. I'll do as you ask.
And I will do as you ask.
Suppose we'd better do our bit too then, eh?
Right you are, Martha.
The calm before the storm.
I'm still typing them up. What I've been doing is, during cutscenes, I've been typing up more thorough thoughts on some of the positives. Because there's just so many good characters in this game. Oh my god. I mean, this game sucks, obviously. It's crap. 0 out of 10. Look at that. Terrible game. Terrible game. Ugh, I spit on it.
Soil and stone!
Whoops, wrong button. No. Come on, group up a little bit more. Group up a little bit more. That'll have to do. Come here. Come here. Thank you. Come here.
It's over! Stay down!
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question, Lenira. I meant to say that in the middle of the cutscene, and then it was in the middle of the cutscene.
Soil and stone!
Looks like that's the last of them.
Lord Rossfield! Change of plan!
Yeah, what up?
What is it?
Owl from the rest. An akashic curl's been sighted on Rhiannon's ride and is headed in their direction.
Well, the better half of her guard is here. So wait, how many akashic remain in Eastpool?
Hard to say. My men are still facing some resistance, but I think the worst is behind us. I could order a detachment or two to fall back and...
No. Let them finish the job. You stay here too, Sir Wade. Your men need you. I'll go after the curl. Join me only when Eastpool is won.
If you're sure, my lord. May the Founder protect you.
Favorite DC movie? Let me chew on that. The recent Flash movie. I'm joking.
Come to tell me an akashic curl's heading towards the rest? Get yourself down there. We can handle things here.
One end of the
Yeah, see, the problem is the Dark Knight is my default answer because, and I don't know how to better put this, I tend to not like DC movies. They just don't have the same level of craft as some other movies tend to. I was actually going to discount The Return of the Joker since that's just part of the DCAU at that point. Although I suppose, God, the Phantom film, I can't think of it off the top of my head, was up there too. Mask of the Phantasm, thank you. Because Mask of the Phantasm is legit, and Return of the Joker is legit, but honestly, those both feel like cheating. I honestly would probably still put The Dark Knight above both of those, but that's probably my trio.
There it is. With me, Torgal.
I know, right, Miranda?
Too slow.
I've heard good things about the Harley Quinn show, but I haven't actually watched it. And it also wouldn't qualify as a movie.
All right. Back to Eastpool.
Lord Rossfield, the curl, is it?
You know, would you believe I've never actually watched those Blades of All? I've read them. I've read the comics of All-Star Superman and Superman vs. the Elite. I've never actually watched the animated adaptations.
It's dead.
Thank the Founder for that. And for you, my lord. We were able to eradicate the rest of the Horde. I have guardians posted around the village to keep watch for further attacks, but all seems quiet for now. I hesitate to say it, but I think it might be over.
I think it might.
We did it. We saved Eastpool. Thank you, my friends. Thank you.
No, Sir Wade. It's us who should be thanking you. You brought us together. Showed us what it means to fight for what you hold dear.
We never had nothing to call our own before. We didn't know what it meant to protect it, but now we do. We really do.
Forgive us, Sir Wade. You and your people saved us, and still we doubted you. But there's no doubt in my mind anymore. We're free men now, so we have to start acting like it. We have to fight to protect what's ours, to protect Eastpool.
And we shall. We all shall. Together. This is our home. And if anyone or anything tries to take it away,
they'll have us to answer to.
Come on then. Let's get to work.
This village isn't gonna rebuild itself.
They're not slaves anymore.
No. They're Rosarians. Your father took pity on the bearer's plight, and I believe if he were still with us today, this is what he would have wanted.
I believe you might be right.
I shall remain here, my lord, and do what I can to help rebuild the village. After all, this is my home now too. And I could hardly call myself an Eastpoolian if I didn't pull my weight.
I think you'll find it's Eastpudlian, Sir Wade. But you should be proud all the same. I'll have to pull my weight too. Can't have the rest getting outclassed. Speaking of which, I ought to be getting back.
Can we continue to count on your support, Martha?
Of course, and I'll be counting on yours too. Us Rosarians have got to stick together, haven't we?
Indeed we have.
And Clive, come by the Golden Stables when you get the chance. I ain't paid you for delivering them seeds yet.
All right. I will.
Lord Rossfield, do you remember our very first mission together? Clearing the goblins from the Stillwind marshes?
How could I forget?
There's one sight that I shall never forget. You, facing off against that giant Morble. Not a trace of fear on your face. Since that day, there have been more than a few times when I felt like giving up. When the odds seemed so stacked in the enemy's favor, I thought I may as well just lay down my sword and surrender. But every time, I would think back to the look in your eyes that day and remember what it means to be a shield. Know that whatever trials Eastpool may face, I shall never lose courage. Thanks to you.
So Wade, you have always been a true shield. I know that Eastpool, and indeed all of Rosaria, will be safe in your hands.
Thank you, my lord. I know the rest of the world will be safe in yours.
I'll do my best.
You know, I haven't given Joshua a single positive to story estimate. I was actually thinking about that. I've given many character positives to this game. I have given 1 to Clive, none to Jill, none to Joshua.
The hero returns. It's lucky you came by when you did, eh? Not only did my seeds get delivered, but you went and saved Eastpool and all.
I just did what I could.
And it's only right that you get rewarded for it. Take it before I change my mind.
Well, that's part of why I say this game is kind of the inverse of FF7R1. Because in FF7R1 has very strong characterization too, but it's almost entirely on, you know, Barrett and Tifa and Eris and Cloud. And here it's almost entirely on everyone else.
So, Eastpool's finally back on its feet again. And a home to free bearers. Who'd have thought we'd see the day, eh?
Well, it was your idea.
I know that, but I never stopped to think what it would mean. Bearers in charge of themselves, thinking for themselves, working for themselves. Like your hideaway, but not even hidden away. Though I suppose the rest ain't much different nowadays. You know, bearers living free like that reminds me of when I first met Sid. Loath as I am to recall that particular day.
I take it you didn't always see eye to eye. What happened?
Well, if you really want to know, I started doing what I do long before I met Sid. In fact, that's how I met him. Or at least how he came to meet me. He showed up at the stables one day, asking questions about who'd been buying up bearers. Founder knows what he thought I was doing with them. Running a hunt, poking around in their innards. Something awful, anyway. Me, I thought he was a new constable. Thought the game was up. But somehow we both managed to work out what each other was about. And before I knew it, the cheeky arse was rattling on at me about how I was doing it all wrong. After all my hard work. Told me I was giving them relief, but not freedom. That my bearers were still dying as slaves. Got right under my skin, it did. Told him if he didn't like it, he could bugger off and report me to the garrison. And do you know what he did? He smiled. And then he laughed. And then I did the same. We made a pact that day, that whenever one of us was in need, the other would always be there for him.
And you were?
Well, we both wanted the same thing. To make life better for bearers. Just like your dad. Do you know I was born right around the time Elwyn became Archduke? Growing up, I saw how he tried to change things. He certainly didn't lack for ambition, that one.
Indeed. But the loftier one's ambitions, the harder they are to achieve. Which is why those of us who follow in their footsteps need to finish what people like Sid and my father started.
Suppose you're right, aye. And if we don't manage it, there's always them who come after us. Good thing we've got a few half-decent sorts waiting in the wings, eh? It's almost enough to give you a little bit of hope.
Just a little.
Anyway, enough nattering. Better get back to work. Let's see about making everyone some dinner, shall we? The least the folks who saved Eastpool deserve is a hot meal. And you and me ain't gonna save the world on an empty stomach neither.
That sounds like a wonderful idea.
I believe one total, Rax, not counting scenes. Scenes are a little different. If we want to count all kinds of scenes that are connected, that's going to be a rejiggering. And I'll have to probably manually count that. And yeah, Clive's actor got several positives because he nails it. Dalamel. And the other one was... I mean, it's not exactly the first time, Northreach. It's not exactly the first time we've had a character carried by their actor. I actually have a very specific example that right off the top of my head. Darth Malik. No, think about it for a second. Imagine Malik from KOTOR, if you're not familiar with it. Except just not nearly as well voiced, right? None of the charisma, none of the fire or vibe in his tone. Because Malik isn't much of a character, really. He's a very typical dumb Sith. And yet, that performance just nails him. And yeah, actually, Ray Chase, for quite a few characters, honestly. But Noctis qualifies as well. Noctis is more interesting for how his dynamic between other characters than Noctis himself. I love Prompto. and I love Ignis. But and then I love the trio. You know what I mean? Bucklid. That's the other one. And there's another one. Every party needs an Ignis. In more ways than one.
Well met. Many thanks.
Who? Blue Fusion Volt? Sorry, I don't know who that character is.
Clive. You'll be pleased to know that the negotiations are progressing well.
That is good news.
Yes. Our comrade in Randala has just sent word that the contract should be signed very soon. But I still have much and more to prepare. It's a huge undertaking moving this many bearers at once. You couldn't do me a quick favor, could you?
What is it this time? More wild beasts?
Nothing like that. I just need you to go over to the caravans and ask El how long we have until the bearers arrive. Find out exactly how much faster I need to get all these supplies moved.
All right. I'll go and ask.
Thanks, Clive. I owe you one.
I mean, I've been saying that for years at this point, the central cast of FF15 is one of the strongest casts in the FF series, in my opinion. I don't think it's the strongest, but it's up there. Yes, we have, so at a bare minimum, Lunareth, we've got this side quest, and then that one down there, whatever that is, and then this one right here, whatever that is. This is the actual biggest chunk of side quests we've had in the entire game so far. So, yeah, we're going to be focusing on that for the immediate duration. And then we'll go kill Odin. Probably. That's what it feels like is next. Because it feels like what's going to happen is we're going to be like, all right, let's go through the ash, and then let's knock this thing over. And then we're going to go ahead and fight Odin. And then he's like, wahaha. But then, little do you know, things get even worse, because Ultima's like, behold! Because you've noticed that, right? Benedicta is the villain, and then she's gone. Okay, now Hugo's the villain. Okay, he's gone. Okay, now the Emperor and Annabella are the villains. Okay, they're gone. Okay, now we're up to Barnabas. Barnabas is now the villain. And then he's going to be gone. And then Ultima will be the villain. Like, that's very much been the way the game has been structured, so I have no reason to believe it will change anytime soon. Also, holy crap, FF16's supporting cast with FF15's main cast. Damn. Now, Bladetel asked me a good question. How would I compare the FF7R1 main cast to FF15's main cast? I will admit, and I keep forgetting FF7R exists. That's my fault. Remakes. Or reimaginings or sequels or whatever you want to call it. FF7R1 has, I would say, probably the actual strongest cast of the FFs. I think it's actually at the top. Now, some of that is due to things other than the characters themselves, like the motion capture and the voice acting, but I still stand by that. They're phenomenal. Nothing else to add to that, really. Rebuild. I like that. Maybe that's what the third game will be called. Like, I love FF6's cast. I love FF9's cast. And they cannot hold a candle to FF7R1. It's crazy.
Don't blame yourself, El. This is their fault, not yours.
I know, but...
No buts about it, all right?
Is something wrong?
Vonnie came to give me a message from our intermediary. The talks with the Republican army have fallen through. They've reached an agreement with the Silver Peak Consortium instead. Though prices have fallen of late, we deliberately offered above the going rate to try and deter other bidders. But the Consortium offered double what we did, and the army jumped at the chance.
And you had no opportunity to make a counteroffer?
None at all. And we were so close.
El? What's happened? I saw Vonnie leaving. She didn't look happy.
And with good reason.
but I thought we were the only ones the Fist was speaking to about the bearers. How did the Consortium even find out about this?
It's not so surprising. They have ears all over the Republic. This isn't over. The Consortium will have to sell these bearers eventually, and at the price they paid, buyers will be few and far between. I'm going to Randalar myself.
Alone? You sure that's wise?
Are you offering to be my bodyguard? How kind. Meet me at the checkpoint near the capital gates. I'll send an owl ahead and request a meeting. You go to Cashlock, Theo, and get everything ready. We've waited far too long as it is. Even if I fail to free these bearers, there will be others. Someone needs to prepare the place and keep any prowling beasts at bay.
Oh, and that's me, is it? Well, it looks like I'm following orders till she gets back from meeting the Silver Peak Consortium, who've been doing their best to undermine our scheme. She'll never join them after this, surely. No, she said it herself. She still has plans for Cashlock, even if this one falls through. She means to stay with us, then. I can't say I'm not happy to hear it, but... is this what she really wants?
You have to trust her.
You're right. It's what she wants now. And if Elle's off fighting for the cause, I should do my part too. So I bid you farewell and safe travels, my friend. I'll gather my men and leave for Cashlock. We'll make sure the place is well stocked and defended. You go to Randalar and see if you can stop my sister biting the Consortium's heads off. If she won't consider her prospects, someone has to.
I'll do my best.
Several, actually, Evo.
All right. To Randalar, then.
And yeah, if I was going to pick a character for Dissidia, there's no question it'd be Barnabas. Barnabas and Clive. There you go, there's your choice. So I've been thinking about the casts of the FFs. Obviously, at the top is FF7R1, I already said that. I'm not sure how that's going to change, if at all, in FF7R2.
Looks like this is the end of the road.
Same cast at that point. You get the point. At the very top is... well, I don't know, there was Benfilia, Evo. At the very top, there's FF6 and FF9 and FF15. Those are like way, way, way up there when it comes to cast times. Now, the thing is, I put FF15 towards the bottom of that list for the same reason I put FF6 above FF9. Well, FF6 has absentee characters, such as Umaro and Gogo. FF9 has characters that I don't know why they're even in the party, and same thing with FF15, Gladio, in 15's case. So we're starting to dip off a little bit, but the rest of the main cast still absolutely does a good job of carrying the main cast. So that's the top. I'm really torn going below that point, because almost every other FF is one of those really great asterisk kind of casts. And I know you were just asking about 10, but I gotta rate all of them if I'm gonna figure out where 10 is. Could you not exist, please? Thank you. So, which ones go really, really high in terms of main cast after that? Well, 12, but 12 also has Pinello and Vaughn. Nevertheless, 12 has some really good solid cast members. 4, again, same general option. And I think 10, I think that's where I would put 10, is in like that second bundling of main casts. Because, yeah, 10 has Waka, which is just, he's just amazing. And, you know, there's a great dynamic between several of the characters. Yuna obviously does some good things with Tidus and vice versa. I actually like Riku quite a bit. Lulu is mostly there to be an exposition dump, but she's fine. Kimari is a non-character right up there with Umaro. And Orin has cool factor going for him, which helps, but also he kind of doesn't do much until, like, one of the last scenes of the game. But you see my point. Like, there's still a lot of really high-quality characters there, so that's why I put them in the number 2 bundle alongside FF4 and FF12. It's not getting down to the point of, say, FF8 or FF5, both of which don't exactly have terrible casts, but the main cast is not exactly the strength of those games. And then we have the FF games that actually have bad main casts. which, let's see, so we've got FF1, FF2, FF3, and 10-2. For all the things I like about 10-2, the main cast is not one of them. The only one who has any kind of character to her of any positive sort is freaking Pain. Now, I do like Pain, for reference. I do think Pain is a good character. But Riku and Yuna are actively bad in 10-2. Like, they're going to be negatives. I didn't mention the original 7 because I sort of assumed that was baked into 7R. But if we were to just look at 7, weirdly enough, I think 7 actually has kind of a relatively weak main cast. On the lines of, say, 5, to use a parallel example. Because 7's... I know what you're thinking. What? But no, hear me out for a second. A lot of Cloud's development isn't properly presented thanks to the terrible localization. Many of the characters that are interesting are only interesting for 1 or 2 sequences. Point in case, Barrett effectively stops being a character as soon as you leave Midgar, with one exception, which is at the Golden Saucer prison. Red 13 is cool until he stops being a character, and so forth and so on. So a lot of 7's characters are only characters for like a brief snippet, one sequence, and then they just kind of stop being characters, you know what I mean? The exception to that is my favorite character in FF7. And you probably know who that is if you know anything about me or just character design in general, because it's the one character who continues to grow and have presence and development the entire game. Tifa. Tifa has the 2 biggest... No, I'm kidding. She does, though. She has the 2 elements of character I enjoy. Characterization and character growth. And she is she is the only character, really, who consistently is a character across the whole of the game. Cloud arguably should be up there too, but the localization really damages that. And Eris is actually pretty cool too. Sorry, I actually forgot about Eris. But keeping the trend, Eris stops being a character at a certain point in time. And yeah, Barrett should be that good too. We know this because we have FF7R, which proves that Barrett can be consistently awesome. 8 has the same general problem that 7 does, localization. 8 actually has some very interesting characters and character dynamics that are ruined because the plot twist that comes out of nowhere wasn't led up to like it was supposed to be. Now, I'm talking about not about in headcanons or in intentions, I'm talking about in results. So the result of FF8's cast is not very good. The only really truly good character in FF8 is freaking Laguna. Now, Laguna's awesome, but he kind of carries the character, the main cast, by himself. Squall, there's a reason so many people find Squall irritating. There's a reason so many people find Renoa irritating. There's a reason so many people just kind of bounce off the Genki girl that is Selphie. There's a reason so many people don't even understand Irvine's character. The one other exception I would say in FF8 is Zell. I know that sounds bizarre, but it's true. Zell is probably one of the only consistent characters who actually has an honest-to-God character arc in FF8. Compare and contrast the kid who's worried about the hot dogs at the beginning of the game and the guy who's giving the report and looking for instructions from his superior officer towards the end of the game when you come back from space. That sentence sounds weird, but it's just literally true. Yes, Zell is interesting. So Zell and Laguna are the only real, characters when it comes to FF8. And that's kind of not great, you know what I mean? So I would actually put 8 and 7 pretty far down in the third category of things. Still probably a net positive in terms of overall characters, but the final result just isn't there. I would probably put FF5 in that third bundle as well. Because again, I do think these would probably be net positive, but not great. And yeah, and then we get down to the actual negatives, which is like FF10-2. I think it changes. In the original Japanese, it's like sticky buns or something like that, Dream Whisperer. Oh, and you notice I haven't mentioned FF13. I've never reviewed FF13. But if you put a gun to my head, I would put FF13 down in the net negative bundle alongside 10-2 and I guess that's it. What was the other one that was going to be in the net negative bundle? I guess that's it. Because, yeah, 13's main cast is not good. It's the nicest possible way I could put that. They had ideas for characters and really had absolutely no idea how to execute them. Now, I'm not going to go into to the specifics of that. All I will say is that Zaz is one of the only bright spots of FF13's main cast. And unfortunately, they even misuse him. He also kind of stops being a character at a certain point. I will also say, as much as I rag on Hope, my actual least favorite character in 13 is Lightning. Lightning is whatever the individual scene needs her to be. And even then, she's badly presented. Because I don't even know what the hell they were thinking with Light. I think they were trying to make her cool. But instead they made her boring. And again, like, there's literally a scene where she's like, we should give up because our life is meaningless and hopeless and there's no chance we'll ever succeed. It comes out of nowhere. And then it's never even mentioned again. Like, that's Lightning's character. She just pops up and says stuff periodically and then goes back to whatever she was already doing. There's a scene late in the game where she tries to be like, I'm going to rally the troops. And she gives, like, just the worst speech, you know? Yeah, just like FF8 and FF7, much of FF13's cast problems has to do with localization. It's a common problem. It's one of the reasons localization is a category for positives and negatives. Is because sometimes it can damage a game in a way that detracts from the enjoyment of a game, right? Speaking of, I just realized, have we given localization positives to this one? We have not. We should. This is very well localized. Done. Anyways. Yeah, FF12. Oh my god, FF12 is what good localization looks like. Holy crap. I was thinking about that as Domain. Because, you know, they recorded it all in English first. But I think we can go ahead and swing it in this case. I'm willing to be talked down from giving 3 positives to story. I know. Remember, you have the right to contest positives now, right? That's a thing. So you can push against me. You can push against Evo's headache. Get rid of that headache. Get rid of it. Don't. Die. Death to headaches. But I still think well, nobody ever has Lord Harrimont. I should probably talk about this, do this quest before it's dinner time.
I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Did you arrange to speak with the consortium?
Here they are now.
Like, this whole time we're just standing there, and she's like, what?
I did. It's about the bearers you recently purchased from the Fist. We had all but finished making arrangements to buy them ourselves, and then you stepped into the fray.
You misunderstand. The consortium had an interest in purchasing them from the very first. It was only our regard for you that kept us from bidding. But your hesitancy in accepting our offer to you suggested that the regard was not mutual. And so we resumed our business.
I did not hesitate. I am simply not inclined to make such decisions without first giving them due consideration. But what is done is done. Come then. How much do you want for them?
Alas, you are too late yet again. We rarely take on such unconventional merchandise without a purchaser in mind. The bearers belong to him now.
Who is your buyer?
A trader from across the water. A most demanding fellow, if it's any consolation. He insisted the bearers be fed, dressed, even given their own bunks for the voyage over. That's what you get when you deal with continental types.
It's Byron, isn't it?
I wouldn't know.
Oh yes, the culture on the continent is quite different to ours. They pay good money for bearers not fit for the knacker's yard, and treat them like kings. But as long as they pay...
That does sound unusual. No matter then. If they've already left our shores, there's little that can be done. Allow me to withdraw my interest. And with it, my interest in joining your organization.
My associates will be sorry to hear that.
Is this a fight? Am I going to kill somebody?
I'm sorry you weren't able to save them.
As am I. But I only have myself to blame. He was right, you see. The Silver Peak Consortium did intend to buy those bearers before I did. Their representative hinted at a possible purchase when he came to recruit me. I feigned interest in joining them in the hope he might be encouraged to tell me more, and he did just that. As soon as he left, I sent my own offer to Randalar.
So you never...
No. I entertained the Consortium's proposal solely so I could learn more about those bearers. But I was a fool to think they wouldn't find out. I knew exactly who I was dealing with.
You tried.
I did. And if what he said was true, the bearers are to be well treated. Which is something, at least. But they deserved more. I wanted so badly to see them freed.
Eloise! Eloise! Word from Cashlock. The village is under attack. A pack of beasts have come down from the mountains, and there's a dragon at its head.
That I can deal with.
The others are trying to hold them off as best they can, but the odds are against them. They need help, and fast.
Theo!
I'll go on ahead.
Thank you, Clive. I'll gather some men and join you there. Just... make sure he's safe.
So, Ross, if you're still there, I have an answer for you. If you're not, well, that sucks. Let's go here and then turn right. I don't know, this is kind of a gray area. Localization is a weird category for positives and negatives. Because, like, for example, something that's just made in English, that's made in the States, doesn't even qualify, right? It would be more like games that are made anywhere else that qualify because, again, time and effort has to be put into said localization. So it makes perfect sense for it to qualify for games that are made in another language first, or another culture group first. This one's a weird bit of an asterisk on that. So you asked what I think of the primary cast of Final Fantasy Tactics. Let's assume that we do not count Delita as part of that cast. That means FFT's cast is held up entirely by Ramza. One of...
What's the situation?
Well, let's come back to the English thing in a second. In Final Fantasy Tactics, one of my biggest complaints about the game's story, an otherwise extremely strong story, is its relatively weak main cast. Like, from memory, I think of... what's her face? Of course, I can't think of her name right now. As an interesting character, but then I realized that she kind of isn't. Because she's a character, and then she joins the party, and she immediately stops being a character. You know, Mystadio is like, hey, what's up? I'm a merchant, and I got this thing, and oh, I'm actually a machinist. And then he joins the party, and he immediately stops being a character. Even Cid... Agrias, that's her. Even Cid is a character until he joins the party. Now, I understand why they structure that way, but it's extremely frustrating, because what it means is you have a whole party of named characters who aren't. With the exception of Ramza. Ramza's the big exception there, but that really does mean he is carrying the entire main cast by himself.
Where's Theodore?
Upriver!
He led the dragon that way to keep it from the village, but the whole area's flooded with ether.
We just have to pray he makes it out in one piece.
I can do better than that. Torgal, with me.
Yep, we got this. I mean, Delita's an awesome character. He's one of my favorite villains, in general. Just in general. Never mind for the FFs. Are we still going this way? Where am I going? Where am I going? Nope, this is right. Okay, cool. Oh, it's gonna be awful, Russ. I can't wait. I suppose that's true, Lord Harrimont. It's just part of the intent of, the review process is to give credit where credit is due. Good localization literally means additional actual work put in charge of the development of the game. I get your point, but if I was to agree with you, then we couldn't give positives for voice acting, for example. Because good voice acting would be expected. It's additional work they have to put into a game, and thus, duh, but otherwise would not actually be countable for positives. Same thing with voice direction, actually. It's something extra that you don't have to do for a game that can add to its overall enjoyment and can also detract from it if you screw it up. Make sense?
I can't waste any more time. I need to find Theodore before that dragon does.
Yeah, FF10's a perfect example of that.
Looks like it's found me.
This is our third one of these things now.
Turned as well. This isn't going to be easy.
Actually reminds me of one of those old arguments we had way back in the day. We were first starting this whole review system. And the argument, I say argument, it's more like a debate, boiled down to what is the difference between a positive and an absence of a negative. In other words, at what point do we consider something expected and therefore it gets no positives? Or above and beyond and therefore it does get positives? The line we ended up on that one is that anything that adds to the enjoyment of work, whether it's expected or not, qualifies for positive territory. Good UI design should exist in every game, but it doesn't mean it's there, and it does mean it adds to the overall enjoyment of the game. Yeah, control rebinding is something that's a little bit more expected. But then again, there's also such a thing as good control rebinding. Game. To finish my thought in brief, yes, equality. A situation in which we do not give any positives for localization would turn it into a negative-only category. Now, we do actually have negative-only categories.
Too slow.
Cutscene incompetence is always something that's a negative. Unskippable cutscenes are always a negative. Stuff like that. But I just don't agree with that, for lack of a better way to phrase that. Now, if you want to argue me down, well, that's what we're here for. Although that would be a hell of an audit to remove all positive for localization we've given. Then it would be a negative and a positive for everything.
Well done.
It's funny you say that, Rax. When I was discussing the HUD of this very game, I actually specifically pulled up several previous FFs in order to showcase what kind of HUD design they had on display. Because a lot of FFs have very, very smart HUD design.
There's a good boy.
Would you stop doing that thing where you prevent me from moving, please? Making me shield my eyes. Got a pittance of health, just die. Sleep, Giga, sleep. Dream dreams of Dragon Age 4 actually being good. Insane, insane dreams. That's another thing, Asdamine. Part of the mentality there is that we're reviewing the version of the game that we're reviewing. In other words, it doesn't matter how good the Japanese voice acting is, to put it in simple terms, because we're never going to listen to it because that's not the version of the game we're playing.
Clive? Theodore, you had me worried for...
Well, shoot.
You out of here. I think it might be a little too late for that.
Actually, if we got you out right now, we might be able to do something about it.
There's only so much ether a man can take, and that Drake just wouldn't let me leave. You have my thanks, Sid, for finishing what I could not. For keeping Elle's dream.
Theodore!
No, just get the hell out of here. There's an ether floating here. Get out of here.
Stay back, Eloise! He's turned. And so will you!
Elle. Theodore.
I'm gonna be mad if we cure this right here and now.
Take care of my sister. Theodore, wait. Goodbye, Elle.
Other way. Other way, Eloise.
Thank you, Clive. I think I'll be all right now.
That was true bravery he showed. Leading the dragon away from the village like that. His first instinct was always to protect people. To put others' well-being before his own.
And now he's gone. Because I sent him to that place, against his will.
It wasn't against his will. He was ready to do whatever it took to show you he could stand on his own. so that you would finally be free to live your own life.
To live my own life. He never could come to terms with the choice I made.
What exactly happened? You once told me Theo was the first bearer you ever helped.
We grew up in Canva. We were born to one of the great trading houses. And I was chosen to inherit the family business. I had my father's head for figures, you see. Theo did not. While I studied the art of commerce, he played at soldiers instead. A late bloomer, in more ways than one. For unlike most bearers, it wasn't until his 15th summer that his powers awakened. My parents tried to drive him out of the house and into the care of the constables. But before they could, I took him into mine.
Theo told me something else. He clearly admired your devotion to the cause of freeing others like him from slavery. But he said you deserved a better life than this. He wanted to free you from what he called your bonds, just as you freed him from his.
I would be lying if I said I had not wondered from time to time how much easier my life might have been if I had allowed Theo to be taken and devoted myself to the family business instead. But I have never regretted the decision I made. Being with my brother meant more to me than tradition or reputation. I only had to look at him to remind myself of that night and the choice I made and the fact that I would make the same choice again in a heartbeat. He was never a burden. How could he even think that? If anything, I was the one who weighed him down.
You weren't, Eloise. He said it himself, that he had always been grateful to you for saving him, and that he wanted to repay you by letting you live the life you were denied. Neither you nor Theo weighed each other down. You loved one another. You did whatever was necessary to continue living your lives together, and you always would have.
You're right. All I ever wanted, all I ever did, it was so we could be together. Oh, Theo, why did you have to... I know Theo wanted me to move on, but I'm staying here at the Crimson Caravans to continue our work. We can make a difference here. We can help people, save them. I need nothing more from life than that. So I'll carry on doing what we do, ensuring that goods, people, bearers get where they need to be, bringing smiles to people's faces just like we always have, and to Theo's. Wherever he is. This is the life I have chosen. The life I will always choose.
I've made a choice of my own, to continue helping you however I can, whenever you need it.
Thank you, Clive. Let's go on together then. For Theodore.
I have it on good authority that FF15 is literally Hitler. So I've been thinking about this in comparison to a lot of other games with voice acting, and so I've decided to give bundles of voice acting to bundles of voice actors for the quality thereof. I've been parceling it up to the major hubs and outposts we have. So like we've got this area down here, we've got this area over here, this one up here, and this one up here. There's our 4 quadrants. Character positives and voice acting positives. I don't feel the need to explain that, but I also wanted to give a separate quest positive for the arc we just concluded. I've noticed a lot of these are quest arcs, speaking of which I expect that to happen here as well. Yeah, the supporting cast in this game is bonkers good.
I don't know how they did it.
Take that, you naughty thief!
Clive! To what do I owe the pleasure?
I just wanted to see how the town's been faring since you brought everyone together.
Since we brought everyone together, all is absolutely wonderful. Conrad and Natalie's hands remain safely away from each other's throats, and firmly at the helm. Our stores are full, and the bandits still too disorganized to raid them. Just as the good Lady Jane and Lord Underhill intended.
Are you a lord? Lubor's going to be one too. They're going to make him the Lord of Dalimil, because of how he stopped all the grown-ups from fighting.
It's the mayor of Dalimil, dear child, and the vote hasn't taken place just yet. But if the people wish me to lead them, I shall. And my first act will be to build a school so that menaces like you two learn not to interrupt your elders. Speaking of menaces, there may be a rather worrying one just over the horizon.
May there indeed.
I'm afraid the example Conrad and Natalie set in putting aside their differences and presenting a united front might have caught the bandits' attention. And they might have elected to take a similar approach. They have formed what one could call a League of Outlaws, and they grow more organized by the day.
But we'll fight them all off just like last time, no matter how many of them there are. Won't we, Lubor?
Of course we will. If we continue to work together, we can overcome any challenge we choose to face. The longer we avoid facing this one, the more difficult it will be, until the only way to overcome it might be to run for the hills. Our best hope is to nip these efforts at organization in the bud, by finding those ne'er-do-wells who have yet to join the cause, and ensuring that they never do. Perhaps a certain Lord Underhill might be willing to lend us his aid once more?
How could I refuse?
Thank you, my lord. Victor will fill you in on the particulars. I have him stationed by the desert gate, receiving and collating reports from my scouts. Such an amenable soul. He reminds me of you.
I'll go and speak with him.
Yeah, I was just thinking that too, Pillars of Snow. I'll be honest, if it wasn't my job, I probably would have put down the side quest before we hit the time skip. It's that editing pass we keep talking about.
Ah, Sid. I thought you'd have returned to Cosnus by now.
I did. Then I came back. I've developed something of a fondness for the place. And having worked so hard to see it saved from one fate, it would seem remiss to abandon it to another. A sentiment Master Lubor certainly isn't shy about exploiting. Hence my doing his bidding yet again.
You're not the only one.
What does he want you to do?
He asked for my aid in putting down the bandits. And he said that you might be able to help me find them.
Then you've come at just the right time. I was on my way to speak with Conrad about how to organize our forces. There are more camps in the vicinity than we can safely strike at once. But we must strike together, and we must strike soon at as many camps as we can. We can't give this league of theirs time to rally its forces.
All right. Which camp shall I take?
There's one upriver. Just out there, across the dunes.
Leave it with me.
I mean, FF7R1 has the problem of
those ne'er-do-wells want
dull side quests too, if you remember. Pretty sure we did all of them last time we ran that, and it was just kind of like, okay. Another way FF701 is different from this game. FF701's main quests, for the most part, absolutely nailed it. But their side quests were just kind of...
That must be the camp Victor mentioned. Come on then, Toggle.
I'd say there's two reasons why I keep not doing it in Shikashi. First is because I find it irritating using the L3 or R3 buttons in general. And second is because, I don't know, I'm not even sure it's actually worth it, because it doesn't particularly feel all that much faster. I suppose I could actually do some timing tests at some point. So when I see something 400 yards away, I think that's probably faster to just sprint towards. Come here. Not really, True Whisperer. It is nice, but... yeah, Kingdom Hearts 4 is announced in the same way that Elder Scrolls 6 is announced. In other words, not really. The difference is they might actually be making Kingdom Hearts 4.
I'd better let Victor know.
Sid, where are you? Ah, I see the bandits didn't pose you any trouble.
No, but... that's not why you're here, is it?
No. Something's happened. We need you back in Dalimil.
What is it?
The whole town's in uproar. They're saying that Lubor is a bearer.
What?
Seems that one of our parties wasn't as thorough as they should have been. They let one of the bandits escape, and his escape route took him right through Dalimil. Some of the children spotted him, and he was about to silence them. And when Lubor felled him with a bolt of magic, and without a crystal.
But that's not possible.
It is, if he's a bearer and has been hiding it all these years, which is what people are saying. If he has, well, I wouldn't blame him. No man is branded by choice. Still, all those people see is a man who's lied to them all his life. One who was made a leader of himself when the world believed he should have been a slave.
Fuck.
I don't know where we go from here, but I know one thing. Lubor needs all the friends he can get right now.
You're right.
And now everyone knows. I made it a habit to keep a crystal close at hand for just such an occasion. And when that occasion arose, I forgot to reach for it. Well, it was bound to come out sooner or later.
We're sorry, Lubor. We tried to keep running, but we just couldn't anymore.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I rather enjoyed playing the hero for once. All that matters to me is that you two are safe.
Look at him talking to his betters like it's nothing. All lies, I'll wager. Just like the ones he fed us all these years.
I will happily kill you. I just want you to know that.
Once people make up their minds, it's hard to change them. We need to do something, and quickly. Convince the people not to let their prejudices blind them. Convince them that nothing has changed. That their enemy lies outside these walls, not within them.
You're right. We should speak to everyone.
I'm glad you agree. I'll handle the townsfolk. I'm a Dalmek born and bred. They listen to me. You head to the tavern. Make Conrad and Natalie remember who Lubor really is. They know that Lubor and I are friends. I might not make for the most impartial of interlocutors. Lord Underhill of Randalar's League of Merchants, however, is a trusted and impartial mediator of note.
I'll do what I can. Lubor, stay here with the children. I can't promise anything, but we'll try.
And that is all I can ask of you.
All right, one moment. Look, it's not my fault it accepts input while I'm looking stuff up, okay? I apologize, I'm reading an entire interview by Yoshida. There it is. This game was written in Japanese first. I'd heard about that before, but I never bothered to look that up myself. So that sort of quietly removes the gray area from the localization thing, but it had been bugging me in the back of my mind this whole time. So this is an interview. I'll go ahead and link it if you give me a second. Here you go. But towards the bottom there, one of the questions is, and I quote, "I'd like to ask about the world and setting and the storyline. As you mentioned earlier, the world setting can currently be confirmed on the official website as having a strong medieval fantasy feel to it. But what was the most important thing you focused on when building the world of Alisthea?" Yoshida says, "This is especially true for our generation, but with the Lord of the Rings at the forefront, there's an image of medieval fantasy equals Europe. And this image is common all over the world. On the other hand, there are no games that depict a medieval fantasy world on this scale with PS5 level graphics. So, this time we stuck thoroughly to the stylized beauty of medieval Europe and fused it with the fantasy we had in mind. This time, the character gestures and acting are done by people from Europe. However, since we were Japanese people, we wrote the scenario in Japanese first, then translated to English, then did the facial capture in English." And then he talks about the voice acting, which it was actually voice acted in English first, which is probably exactly where that particular thread comes from. Interesting. Sorry, that was bugging me in the back of my mind. I wanted to do my due diligence on that one. That took a minute to hunt down. Anyways. The blight's fine. It's fine. It's, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything. Look at all this arable land. Look at it. We can make a whole kingdom out of this.
Why are you taking the bearer's side, Victor? Are you one too?
You know I'm not. Just listen.
Why do they always have to make such a fuss outside? It's driving away our customers.
Seriously.
He knew all along.
Forgive me for disturbing you, but
Could I have a moment of your time?
I've seen your face before.
As have I. Lord Underhill, wasn't it? Of the League of Merchants.
That's right. I wanted to speak to you about Lubor.
The rumors that he's a bearer. All true, I'm afraid.
He'll never be mayor now. Not if I have anything to do with it.
But what of his wares? Bearer or no, his steel is highly valued throughout the Republic. In this at least he's done the town a service. Might that not earn him a little leniency?
Leniency? He pretended to be one of us when he was laughing behind our backs all the while.
I'm sorry, my lord, but he lied to us. He lied to you. He cannot be trusted.
Are you stupid?
So what do you propose? Will you drive him from his home? Close his forge?
Perhaps. That is a question for the people of Dalimil, and they will thank you not to get involved.
No, seriously, are you really this stupid? I guess they are.
The townsfolk have made their minds up. There was nothing I could do.
Nor I. Conrad and Natalie refused to consider anything but their own wounded pride.
You never know. Once their anger is cooled, they might see things differently. For now, we should report back to Lubor.
All right.
I mean, that's the old question, isn't it, Blade If someone chooses to starve, do they have the right to that?
Why the hell would Victor take the bearer's side?
For a share in Lubor's ill-gotten gil, perhaps?
Oh, hang on. I can travel to my quest objective here. Let me just hit this real quick. Why did that give me a loading screen?
I assume the situation is hopeless?
There's still hope. But...
But perhaps not in this lifetime, I think it's fair to say.
You mustn't think like that, Lubor. Give them time. They'll come around. We'll talk some sense into them in the end, you'll see.
No, you won't. And your efforts would be better spent elsewhere.
But Lubor...
Rosina would often tell me that steel does not lie, that a blade is a reflection of the smith who forged it. To yourself be true, that was her point. Rather an ironic one when you consider that her life was taken with a blade of her own making. But I do not doubt that she was always true to herself and what she believed in, right to the end. And so must I be. I must do what I know to be right, no matter what others might think of me. And now, I know what that is. I must embrace my new role of villain so that the people of Dalimil have something to unite against. For only united can they hope to stand against the threat that awaits them.
That's when I
Need to
became
make a
Batman.
suitably dramatic exit, of course.
Don't go, Lubor. You're the only one who was ever kind to us. We'll be all alone. Again.
You'll be Robin.
Trust me, little ones.
You'll be Robin
It's
too.
for the best that I go. Not only for the town, but for you, too.
How could it possibly be for the best? These children need you. The least you can do is give the townspeople a chance to change their minds.
They would not take it, Victor. It's over.
Over, you say? And so just like that, you're going to throw this town and these children to the wolves? I thought you were better than this. But it seems you had me fooled as well.
Victor.
Forget it. Do what you will.
You sure you're making the right choice, Lubor?
Of those available to me, I believe it's the best one. Yes. Ah, but where are my manners? Here. Your reward for clearing out that bandit camp. Right then. I have packing to do.
If there's anything I can do. Anything.
I'll bear it in mind. Thank you.
Here's a random thought. Lubor, why don't you go ahead and leave per their request? Take the kids with you. So they can have, you know, a livelihood and food and someone who cares about them. I know several other places which would have a really good use for someone like you right now. Remember, we've got 4 hotspots. The other 3 of which could certainly stand to have him. Hell, Lubor could franchise. Set up in all of the other 3. What?
The bearer of the burning quill is within, my lord. Prithee enter.
Okay.
The greater number of our order live among the masses, hidden in plain sight. Even here in Tabor, our brothers and sisters pose as common folk. If any should reveal themselves to you, I beg you keep their true identity secret.
See, that's the interesting question. The safe and easy choice would be to send him up here to Martha's Rest, or more accurately, to Eastpool, right there. I mean, just this region, right? This quadrant. He would be invaluable up here. You've got Wade's group. You've got our uncle, who, yeah, duh, and actually one of the only functional cities still operable in the world right now. You got Martha's Rest, which is a huge confluence of trade and communication and just general travel. The catch is, this is almost too easy of a choice. Like, it doesn't really do anything long-term other than just, fortify this particular spot even more. Northreach probably has more overall need of it, but Northreach is also in the middle of being claimed by a noble lord for its own problems, and, of course, is one of the more overtly biased against bearers. So that's problematic, as they'd probably just see him as a problem or worse, and that wouldn't be good for him, or good for them, or good for anybody. So that just leaves down here. And they just had a massive slave deal with bearers because slaves are property, or excuse me, bearers are property, remember. Same general problem with up here. I think we'll go ahead and pause here. Dinner's pretty late tonight, but I should only have about another 10 minutes. And that could give me time to do a little bit of paperwork before I eat. So, tomorrow, we'll do the last side quest in the game. Definitely for realsies. Wink, wink. I'll see you guys. Hopefully I won't make up an hour and a half late for stream tomorrow.